All right, all right. I think I am live. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Can you believe it? Zwoosh. It's already Sunday. It's definitely flies by. I can't believe we're at February 15th, the middle of February already. It's crazy. Half the birthday month is over. Just kidding. I celebrate, as I've been saying, I celebrate every day, all year long. So every day is always my birthday. Well, welcome, everyone. So happy to have you here. I'm excited, as we always are, to see what messages come through from Spirit. What can we learn? I know I learn a lot from everyone, what questions you guys ask. So I'm excited to see what more comes in. Before we get into all that, though, let us come back to this moment out of the chaos of the world, out of the future, out of congestion, out of the past, and into this moment right now. We'll do that by taking a big, deep breath in, holding it for as long as feels comfortable for you, and then slow exhale. Just coming back to the right here, right now, where love and unconditional love and joy and laughter, all that gratitude, all that exists. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. And then, of course, we'll use the singing bowl here to bring in more beautiful love energy. We'll hit this 3 times. And as we do that, we just allow that eternal, unconditional love energy that we're made out of. We let that extra come in and just ignite us. And we kind of do an electronic pulse, but it's a love energy pulse that just pulses out into all of our mind and our thoughts, our heart and our emotions, every cell in our body, our blood, our muscles, our joints, our every organ, just everything, and into our energetic body, into all of our chakras and our meridians that run through our bodies and our auras that surround us, and then just let it continue to go to the outside world, letting it raise the vibration of the planet, and for the collective of humanity and any collective that's here to help raise that love vibration. And of course, something that we can do to help raise the vibration is focus on gratitude for just one little thing that we're grateful for right here, right now. And then that immediately zips us up into the higher vibration, opens us up to receive from spirit messages, um, more of the things that we're grateful for. So it transforms our energy. So that's what we'll do if you want to do that. Again, I'll start off a little further away. Watch your ears. I never know how loud it's going to be. It's exciting, right? The unknown. All right, here we go. Remember gratitude. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. think she would just continue singing for another half hour if I let her. She's so full of energy. Can always tell when you guys join in extra because it extra goosebumps, extra vibration. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate that so much. Wow, welcome, welcome. Wow, what do we got going on in the world today? Anything astrological? Anything extra? Well, the moon did go into Aquarius, which it'll be in when the new moon solar eclipse hits on Tuesday. We'll talk about that a little bit here briefly because I have some videos and things that I put out. So if you're interested in checking into that, we will. I'll share those in a sec. But welcome, and if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z, and we're gonna spill some tea. That's what we do. We inquire from spirit and find out what they are able to tell us for our adventures. So welcome, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends. We have huge hearts and great senses of humor. Definitely two things that we can use in this human adventure. So I'm so grateful for that. And there's always room for more Zen friends. So thank you. You're welcome here. Try to keep it high vibration and full of love and joy and gratitude. So it's a fun, safe space for us here. If you want to know how the whole process works, everything's down in the description area of the video. Free readings are first come, first serve. They're generally 1 to 2 card readings. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange, step out of the free readings, dive deeper, meaning we pull more tarot cards for those. You also get an oracle card as a kind of a fortune cookie to finish out the tarot meal. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. So whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount because I know everyone's finances are different and cost of living is different, rate of exchange is different all across the world. So I know you're giving what you can from your heart. So I do honor that. And I understand that not everyone can give as well. That's why I do offer free readings. And if 2.5 hours into each session, I do not finish any free readings, I do step away from donations for about 30 minutes and complete as many free readings as I can during that. I go back and finish out all donations. And if I have the energy, then I go back and finish out all of the free readings too. Last night, I set a record, a little over 7 hours of a session. I know, that's gotta be spirit, right? Because I'm a old man. What's going on? But I love it, and I'm so grateful that I had that many people that were wanting readings to hear from spirit, so I am so grateful. Um, I got all into that. But thank you. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings that were completed with the timestamps as well. So if you find the pinned comment, all you have to do is look for your name, click on that timestamp, takes you right to your reading. It's very fancy, and we like that. I know, 7 hours, right, Crescent Moon? It's like, whoa. I did take, like, let's see, it probably took, like, two breaks to go get some more coffee and to use the little boy's room and get up and walk 'cause I try to walk, when I'm not working out, I walk about 4.3 miles is what it is. And then when I go work out, it's like 3 miles because I walk a mile and a half, and then I take another route on the way back and do it, so but when I sit for a long time and I get up, I'm like, "Oh god," I'm still getting used to walking and all this exercise that I'm doing. So, crack, crack. Alright, so that's the whole process and how all that works. Sometimes I do go off subject, as you can tell. I It's because I'm channeling my host's ADHD. I blame it on her. So, I like, I like it. I like that you guys love me and understand me. We do like I said, in a couple of days, we do have a new moon, and every new moon and full moon, I do have a drawing for, a giveaway for one 30-minute personal recorded reading, or you can choose one of my energetic hedges. I have 2 type right now, the hedge of peace and love and the hedge of health, and I'm working on the hedge of the heart. I'm excited. I downloaded a lot of material from spirit on my little walks, So I'm excited to get that created and be able to offer that as well. But if you want to get into the drawing, that is the link. It's always down in the description area of the video too. The most recent stream will show you the most current giveaway link. Um, and so I'll pull a winner on that day and put out a video announcing the winner. And then, of course, we'll have one on the full moon. So it's about every 2 weeks is the giveaway because that's about every new moon and full moon does that. And then also because this is, well, every new moon and full moon, I'm starting to put out these making the most of the moon energies. So this is making the most of the new moon for the Aquarius solar eclipse, lunar new year going into the year of the fire horse. It's also Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, and the beginning of Ramadan. So there's a lot of stuff happening on Tuesday. But this video that I just posted here tells you how to make the most of your new moon wishes and your new moon intentions, making the most powerful, making the most impactful for you. And I talk a little bit about the eclipse and new year of the fire horse just briefly, because there's so much material out there right now. But I zero in on kind of just one subject around it. So, the one that spirit wanted me to most talk about. So check that out if you'd like. And then if you haven't checked out my free podcast, The Easier Path, here's the link for the most recent one, Living Consciously. And then the playlist is down in the description area too. Or if you go to my main page by clicking on my name, all the playlists are there at the top, including the winners and the drawing announcements and everything. There's playlists and everything for that too. So if you're interested, check it. All right. That's all the blah, blah, blah. Let's move all that stuff out of the way. And let me get the list over here. We'll do some shout outs and we will get into, let me get the list created and then we'll get into readings. So excited. And thank you guys so much already for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love, something you can do to show my channel or me some love. And it helps spread that Zen love, and you're part of that love tsunami because it does help the algorithm and it helps my channel get put in front of other people in my videos so that people can hear from spirit too. So thank you for doing that. It's free to do, which is the perfect price, right? All right, so let's take a look here. So we do have crescent moon. I'm going to start from the bottom, working my way up here. So we got crescent moon. Hello, hello, my friend. I do see we've got 2 donations from you here. Let me check some timestamps here. All right, very good. And then we've got Lori's New Journey. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I see your donation via the Venmo. Let me just take a look here and see. Does it have your question over here? Oh, yeah. Very good. Ooh, I love that for you, Lori. I'm a little jealous. um, I love that. So we'll dive into that question. I'll keep it a secret till we get to there. Because that's exciting. I love diving into those mysteries. And then we got Cat Mia in the house, meow meow, and we'll get you in here. When I was out for my walk today, I got introduced to a dog named Han Solo, or they call him Froglog too. But then I also met someone walking their cat on a leash like a dog, and I stepped off the sidewalk, but she came right at me. And she goes, she wants to say hi to you. And her name was Sky. I love it. I'm like, oh, and she rubbed it up against it and I petted her. I'm like, oh, I love cats. And then she was like that, how cats are. They're like, all right, I'm done with you. Let's go. I'm like, thank you. Love you. Bye. All right. So I had to share that. All right. And then Livier Vagata. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. We got you on the free list here too. We got Starry Night. Hello, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And I think everyone else I have on my list already. We gathered it as we were beginning. So we got Christina Lowe. Hello, Christina. Got you on the free list. We got Jojo from across the world. Good to see you. Got you on the list here. User PC in the house. I don't know why I say it that way. I feel like it's like, Bo, yo, user PC. We got you on the list. We got Ateshi Singh. Hello. We got you on here. And Eagle. We have you and Swaroot Bobby. I have you on there, and then Touch O Love, you as well. So you'll be first on the free readings when we get there. But I do have for my donations right now, we got 2 for Crescent Moon, and then Lori, you'll be up after that. So easy breezy. Let me get those set up here, and we'll take a sip here. We always try to do a little cheers to everybody. I love you and much love to you, and sip, sip, drink, drink. Clink, clink. Oh, yum, yum, yum. So good, so good. My host, we went to a Mexican food place downtown, which was one of my favorites when I lived down there, and I had the nachos. I know, so many carbs, and I'm like, I needed to go for that walk to wake me up. But I'm still kind of my eyes like they wanna go to sleep. So if I pass out, spirit will take over, we'll be fine. But we're gonna continue, we used a different deck last night for Valentine's Day, but today we're back to the Wandering Star. Star is the, Aquarius energy in the star card is in the tarot, and since we have Aquarius new moon, solar eclipse, I thought we would, use that. Um, the donations will get this fortune cookie, the Angel Number Oracle, and then everyone, and hopefully I will remember this time, um, last night I did give all the free readings an extra little card, but everyone, including donations and free readings, are gonna get one of these Notes from the Universe cards from Mike Dooley. He's hilarious, I love him, and the cards are goofy sometimes, and I love that. It's right up my alley. So, that's what we'll be using this evening. All right, everybody, let's dive in. Hey, Christina. All right, so Crescent Moon, we are up 1717. Look at that. Perfect, perfect. Repeating numbers right off the bat. What is happening? All right, so hello, hello, Crescent Moon, Third Eye, Private Eye. I love that. So good to see you too. My pleasure. Thanks for being here. And for your first one, thank you for that donation. You got please have oh, I'm reading on Sagittarius for today as well as the days of this week. It's like the days of our lives, but it's the days of the week. Oh, I can imagine fighting that, Christina. I'll be like, luckily it's all bright and sunshiny. That kept me awake a little bit. All right, let's take a look here. Crescent moon. We've got here for the Sagittarius for today. All right, we'll start off with this. We've got these and this too. Got 2 and 2. All right, a lot for today. We'll see what's going on there. And then the days of the week. So we've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Boom, boom, boom. And I don't want those, but Friday has 3. All right. So is this setting all the energy for the week? Is there any underlying energy for this Monday through Thursday? Well, besides the bottom of the deck. So that will apply to those. All right. I think we're set. So bottom of the deck, we do have the Hanged Man coming in here. So definitely for the week, very transformative energy. You know, butterfly energy, cocooning energy, transformation energy, trying to see things differently from a different perspective, of course, energy that comes in. So that's kind of for all the week. For today, the big honkin' card, the Empress. So very much in this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing of oneself, creative energy, really to themselves. This makes sense with that hangman energy because they're in that little bubble, but focusing on this love, this self-love. And I mean, I really do like this for them because it does feel like a whole new world for them, and they're getting used to that. You know, we forget. I mean, it's only the middle of February. It's so because it kind of happened around the beginning of the year, right? It's only been like 6 weeks. Feels like forever, I know, but it's only been 6 weeks. As fast as the weeks have flown, they're really learning what it's like to choose for themselves and not sacrifice themselves for everyone, right? Underneath the surface, we got 2 sets of cards. We have the 3 of Swords and the Hermit. Yeah. So again, this energy of I'm being alone by myself, really looking at my expectations and why I was disappointed, and kind of that, again, self-reflection energy, really looking into their heartbreaks and why they felt disappointed and why they felt that they were a disappointment to others. So we really got that going in here. And we've got the Queen of Cups too. So a lot of emotional intuition. I feel like here this is mom energy, but with the Hierophant, they're the master of change, the master of learning through groups and interactions with others. And there's also this energy of stepping stones and realizing with their mother what did I learn through my interactions with them, and what kind of mirror were they for me? I almost feel like they're doing a workbook. This feels like a question that would be in like a workbook on self-help, what did well, let me see, what is this? Let me journal this. I feel like they're doing something like that, or at least reading something with some reflection material, but I feel like they're kind of in that place today. And then going into the week, starting for tomorrow, we got the Nine of Swords. Yeah, facing all of their nightmares and insomnia, really looking at, and this, it feels like whatever they're focusing on today, they dream about and they're processing, within their own heart and in their own subconscious. So their dream world is, look, especially with this new moon coming up on Tuesday, there's a lot of this energy of reflection with the moons. Our subconscious is on overdrive. Dreams, 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 dreams. So I love that. It's good for them because they're in this place of exhaustion of trying to live up to everyone's expectations and, all that. Because the 10 is like, I've had it, I'm done. The 9 is like, God, I just want to stop trying to please everyone else. I need to come back to me. And I feel like Monday's a good kind of reflection energy. With the 9, it's hermity energy, like the hermit card, the number 9 in the major arcana too. So it feels kind of maybe they're taking a mental day, or is it President's Day? They might even have off from their work um, or something. It just feels like they're taking a day. They have a day or they're taking a day. Tuesday, yeah, here comes death and rebirth, which is this, that's the day of the solar eclipse. This is, and it's transformation energy, which with the Hanged Man we got that all for all week anyway. But Tuesday, this energy really, 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 this solar eclipse brings in significant ending, beginning energy, where they're really ready to the things that they've already like purged a lot of stuff from their life already, but they've got huge stuff that's happening where they're releasing a lot of big things. Let me see if we can tap in to see what this is. I do feel like it's, they've been slowly backing away from some of these relationships of friends of their mother that were supposedly their friend too, but found out they were just stabbing him in the back and they all were kinda ganging up and manipulating him and all that, and he's like, "Alright, I'm ready. Purge!" You know? So I feel like that's a big piece of it there. Feel like they're making some important decisions at work, like, I feel like they were gonna maybe get into some different program to try to move up, like a managerial program or something, and they're deciding, "This isn't for me, I'm withdrawing, like, my name from it." Or I was interviewing for something, it's like, "I was doing it because everyone said I should, but I don't want it, so I'm gonna withdraw from it." Ooh, everyone, so I like that. Wednesday, wait, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, yeah. Wednesday, yeah, I got the 5 of cups. And here's a 5 transformational change energy here from sorrow to joy energy. So, but I do feel like with any kind of choosing to cut things out of our life, even though it's healthy for us, when we're cutting things out that don't serve us anymore, we kind of do have a sorrow. We kind of do have this feeling of loss, even when it's like, um, you know, like, "I'll miss you, wart on my hand. We're getting rid of you. Bye. I'll have a little wake for you." But I feel like they kind of are. There's this melancholy kind of feeling on Wednesday, with the choosing of these things, but I feel like they're okay with it. They're just feeling it, which is good for them. And then we move into Thursday with the Six of Swords, which is leaving behind some old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher way of thinking, moves us from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like they get going here. They kind of step out of the funk of Wednesday, get into their mindsets, get things moving kind of energy because it is a moving, and it even says on the little boat, moving on. So it's this moving on energy from those situations and the loss feelings. I feel like they get over it pretty quick, right? And then into Friday, yeah, they are definitely they've got this um passion, this fast movement energy, and this travel. I normally don't get that for this card, but I love that they have ideas up here. And there is this travel energy. I do feel like they are headed off, not for a romantic energy, but they are going off somewhere to visit someone they haven't visited in a long time. It's a very important relationship to them. It almost feels like my buddy from high school or my buddy from college. It just feels like that kind of thing where it's someone that I haven't talked to in a very long time. And with the Wheel of Fortune, this is, feel like they're ready to go somewhere to hang out with someone just to get a different perspective from someone that hasn't been really in their life a whole lot, but they reconnected um and I feel like that's they're gonna head off for the weekend um to hang out with their buddy for a couple days. Because I feel like they're leaving Friday afternoon. They're taking a short day and then traveling and getting there Friday night, and then Saturday, Sunday, and, I feel like they're even coming back, like, Monday. So interesting, with that energy. We'll see what the fortune cookies bring in here too around what's going on with it, but it feels, again, this empowering feels more solid. It just feels like more and more solid as we, keep going on with that, with their kind of evolution. The angel number, let's see what your angel number is for that. All right, boom, here we go. You've got 555. We got all that change energy, right? Like I was talking about. And it says, basically, well, where it says you, I'm gonna put his name, right? So he's going to level up. It might not feel good for them initially, but it will prepare them to handle the greater things in life for their highest good. Wow. This is the why they've been looking for. Pushing through, I'm sorry, it says push through it. There's a reward waiting at the finish line. God, I sound like I'm drunk. I'm not, really. Maybe there wasn't that mushroom coffee I drank. No, there's not. Alright, and then the, note from the universe, right? Yeah, note from the universe. Let's see what that comes in here. Alright, here we go. So the note from the universe says, "You do realize, don't you?" Here's what they look like. They're all this big here. It says that there have been others in lifetimes, millennia, and civilizations past who have been to some of the same places you've been to, yet they get so scared they lost control, turned away, or flat out quit. Yep, and they surround you now in the unseen, your great admirers. Thanks, the universe. And you thought Facebook was popular. I love that. So it does feel like they are, doing this, um, going beyond into things that they other people would have given up on and caved back into old systems, but they are moving forward here. So I love that. Right. So that is what they have for your first one. You're very welcome. Let me do some shout outs here and we'll move on to number two here real quick. Hey, Tim Dilligem. You didn't know a body could have so much sick in it. You feel good though. Oh no, you're greetings from the sick bed. Oh my gosh, we'll all join in sending you some beautiful love energy to help you recover. But sometimes we need forced R&R, don't we? I know. We got Rocky Mountain Deb, 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 hey Deb, Deb. Happy eve of the Aquarius new moon solar eclipse. It is on Tuesday, isn't it? I sure hope it's on Tuesday. I put everything on Tuesday. Uh, but it's the eve of the day of the eve. So I love that. Or maybe it's late at night, right? No, it would be during the day. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Happy eve of the Aquarius new moon. You have 2 things for the new moon and the eclipse planned for tomorrow. Kundalini practice, and later in the afternoon, Sabrina's having a 3-day challenge. You plan to join. Oh, how fun. Yeah, definitely. We got some great energies to deal with for sure, or to use and transform through. Wonderful. And then you have Starseed. Hello, hello. Starseed, that is, uh, you say her here, Madhav Happy. Masha Shivrati. Oh, very good. There must be another celebration going on. Thank you so much. Party, party. Thank you for that. All right. And then Christina, we got you. All right. So I think I got everyone on the list here. So we are good to go. We'll move forward here. So, crescent moon for number 2. Here is your timestamps. We got both of them here. Boom, boom. And thank you again for your donation. So, let's take a look here. So, that was for number 1. And then for number 2, a third, third eye, private eye, deep dive energy check on Sagittarians' communication and actions. What will look like? What will they say towards you in mid and end February, beginning mid March? All right. Beginning mid March. All right. Let me just highlight this so I can see it. See it and believe it. Seeing is believing, but you can believe even if you don't see, right? All right, let's take a look. So we will pull separate cards here for communication and action. So communication first. Thank you for the middle of February where we're at right now. And then actions. Well, there's a lot of information in all of that. I feel like they're giving you an update. It's like, ooh, there's more than what we normally get for that. All right. And then the end of February, it's like, yep, we're to 1 card and 1 card for that. And then the beginning of March, we've got 2 and 3 cards for that. And then the end, or mid-March, sorry, mid-March. Okay. Looks like the mid ones. Well, no, this is the beginning. Who knows? I don't question. I just go. I just do what they tell me, right? So, all right. So, first of all, right now with this middle of February, between like here this week and next week, going into the beginning of March, their communication, and is there going to be any communication? If so, what is it going to? What does that look like? What will they say? All right. So we've got here. Well, we got the Lovers card. It's an interesting energy because we got that for them heading off to go visit with their friend here. We got the 10 of Cups, joy and relationship energy again, and the Knight of Pentacles, but slow movement regarding it. It's interesting because I feel like one of the things that comes up in their conversation in this weekend that they're going to go visit their friend, of course, is, what about love? What's been going on with you? What about you? And I feel like they talk a lot about that, what they want in a relationship and what's going on with them and kind of their experiences here too. So I don't feel like there's communication between the two of you this, last week of February. But I feel like they're talking about it, and I feel like because they feel like they've almost like they've lost a lot of their friends, because they realize that these people that were pretending to be their friends aren't, that they kinda went back to who do I trust? Who it was a true friend to me, and I feel like this person was, even though they don't I feel like when they were in school together, whatever, they ended up, you know, living in different cities or different states kinda thing, and but they've been keeping in touch here and there, but they recently lost touch like this last year, but they reconnected recently. And I feel like this is that kind of trustworthy kind of, conversation stuff that's going on. Um, Actions, are they talking about any actions here? Let's see what we got. Yeah, I feel like here they got the world card, which they're wanting to end old cycles, begin new adventures as far as actions. So, um, I feel like this is independent from you at this point, obviously, right? But I feel like this is they're giving you a little like a peek into the workings of what's going on inside their head and their heart and their energies, right? To go, okay, that's good. You know, at least I'm not like oblivious. I kind of know what's happening here. But they are taking their time with that Knight of Pentacles. But they definitely, I don't want to do what I've always done and get what I've always gotten. I want to transform. I want to be different. And we got the Four of Pentacles. So their actions are more here, you know, towards this, you know, defining their worth from themselves, not from the outside world. So I feel like they're working on that. And the Queen of Cups, too. Again, here's that mother energy that we had in the first reading. Yeah, and the Five of Swords. I was wondering, I go, why are these coming out? But I'm like, that makes sense with the conflict with mother, the fighting with that emotionally unstable woman. And I like here because the actions is I don't want to fall into a pattern of choosing anyone like my mother, you know, because I and it's like they're doing this awareness of, you know, that's how we learn. It's probably in this book they're reading, right? About um if we're not conscious of it, we'll end up choosing someone a lot like, you know, if we're heterosexual, if we're a female, we end up choosing someone like our father, you know, men choose end up choosing something like their mother, or if you're, you know, gay, you might find yourself, you know, trying to be with someone like your, you know, same-sex parent, and you're like, wow. So I feel like they're doing a lot of this, and this is a lot of thinking, a lot of reflecting. And I like this because, you know, all the energy that we've been getting before, right, has been a lot about their work, their work, their work, right? Well, it feels like, and this makes sense with Venus going into Pisces. They're very much being drawn in, like most of the planet, into feelings of romanticism and love and that. So there is that happening within them, so that's good. Good sign, right? So that's the middle of February, and I feel like they wanted to really go into more detail with that because we're like, "Oh, good." So they're feeling solid more in their work, and now they're bringing in the, "Okay, now I'm ready to start thinking about love" energy. Alright, so that was February, so end of February, right? Yeah, end of February, where we're at. They have the 8 of Wands. Yeah, here's that traveling. I feel like they're traveling more. So it feels like they're antsy. Well, this makes sense because Sagittarians do love to travel. Even if it's they enjoy foreign travel, more specifically, but they'll kind of, quench their traveling thirst by doing short travel. And I feel like they do something because they're gonna go travel this weekend, this next coming weekend, and then the, wait, yeah, that's next weekend because that's what we're doing next week. I'm already in their future. So that's next weekend, right? Well, that makes sense, when we pulled that other one, right? Because that's the end of February. So they are traveling. That's the traveling to go see their friend. Duh, okay. So I don't feel like there's communication there yet. Yeah, they're still in that emperor. I'm trying to decide what I want, make plans, and move forward. kind of energy. So that makes sense with what we got from their other reading, right? So I like that. All right. But then we go into the first couple weeks of March, and we got the Page of Wands and the Nine of Wands. I love it that literally on the Page of Wands it says communication, and the Nine of Wands is, this barrier that's here. But I feel like the beginning of March feels like there's some communication that comes in here. And let's see what this is about here, because the Nine of Wands feels a bit like it's a careful communication. It's like a held back kind of communication. It's not like a, hey, blah, 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 blah. It's like, hey, kind of energy that comes in here. Yeah, I feel like, and it makes sense that a lot of what they talk about is, well, we'll look at these first two ones because they've got the 10 of swords and the devil card, which is all about mental energy, letting go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve anymore, and a release of a lot of things, right? And so I feel like the communication is um, almost like filling you in of all the changes I've made and the things I've faced and what has unfolded, and I'm ready, "Aren't you proud?" Kind of energy. And we got the Queen of Wands, which, fire energy would be Sagittarius, but look at the action I've taken. Look what I've done. Look at the transformation. And in a way, it's kind of like, and we knew that this was kind of the first communication is gonna be kind of like, seeing how you react, seeing what you're saying back and forth, uh, and what your response is from this communication and this energy. Because I feel like they've done a lot of things that you kind of hinted and were blunt about maybe at times too with them about, you know, do you realize what they're doing? Do you realize who they are? Do you realize, maybe things aren't as they seem? I feel like you tried subtle, and I don't feel subtle works with them. So sometimes you did have to be blunt and going, "They're using you. Do you not see that?" And I feel like, you know, they, um and I feel like that might be a little bit of the delay too, is because they wanted, 1, to make sure that the changes they were making stuck in stone and that they didn't wimp out and fall back into it, right? Back into the manipulation and being manipulated and all that. But also, so they wanted to make sure it was solid and that there was significant change, because I feel like they have this idea that anything less would be I don't know how to what is this energy? It's not like it wouldn't from you, this is their energy, because they feel like anything less would be stupid in a way, right? Yeah. Where it's like, um, it would be it would be like they're showing me in my head, it would be like a prince, going to present to a princess and going, it's from a movie, what was it? Say Anything, right? I gave her my heart and he uh and she gave me a pen, And I feel like that's what happened, but it's the other way around, like, she gave me her heart and I gave her a pen. "Here, is this good?" And they wanted to present something going, "Look at the changes I've made," kind of energy, which is, I love that. So it feels like here with the first, second week of March, kind of energy, I feel is a kind of a communication based on current energies that are coming in here. And with getting to the middle of March, you got the Queen of Swords. Yeah. So there's this beautiful balance between head and heart, very compatible energy coming in here. And also the Six of Wands energy, which is victory, but it's equal attraction energy too. And again, it's a balancing type of energy that comes in for, like, the middle of March and, up to the end of March kind of energy. Feels like a very balanced type of energy that comes in. You know, the, Queen of Swords is one of those cards that talks about these feelings of compatibility, and I love how we can talk about stuff. I feel like you guys start talking after that, and that just feels like there's this things just fall into place. A hand just that slips into a glove, and it's like, what a great fit, we are for each other, and it's like, finally, you see it. No, but it took the journey, right? If you're a butterfly and they're a caterpillar, they're not gonna be like, "How could we even be the same?" And then until they get out of the cocoon and go, "Oh, I see it now." And you're like, "Yeah, exactly. I saw the butterfly in you. It just wasn't time for you to go into the cocoon to transform yet, but, I've been fluttering around. I'll show you some great butterfly spots." But it feels good. Bottom of the deck, I'm saving this for last. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 2 of Cups, which is a good, important relationship energy, if not romantic energy, that's here, the underlying. So, I definitely feel like there is this, kind of, um, movement. It's just trusting that connection and, it's gotta be a special draw for you to put up with everything for as long as you have and will. Because it's difficult to be with a Sagittarius ADHD or if you're not, patient, loving, and caring, right? And attracted to them and drawn to them, right? Alright, let's see what's your fortune cookie have in here? Alright, so for this one, you've got 666. Well, you had 555, but you got 6666, which is great blessings. And it's a sixes are actually unconditional love energy, so it's interesting. But this is about self-love, good vibes, and it says, "Nurture yourself, your needs, desires, and boundaries. Let go of things that are weighing you down. Make space for something meaningful and expand your spirit to all areas of your life." That big love, capital B, big, capital L, love, opportunity or job needs to squeeze in somewhere. So I like that. It's you know, while you're waiting, it's you letting go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve anymore, energy that don't serve anymore, even the physical world, things that don't serve, and purging, 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 kind of doing a spring cleaning of all the four bodies that we inhabit, the mental, emotional, energetic, and physical, to make space for what's coming. It just, I love that. And then your note from the universe. All right, this one here. Let's see what we got here. The day will come, I assure you. Let's see what this says. Wow, I mean, what a good message. It says, oh, how funny. And what was I talking about? Prince and princess, right? So listen to this. The day will come, I assure you, when you will sit so high upon your throne that absolutely no slight or violation will have ever endured will matter to you in the least. And if that day hasn't already come, or it says, if that day hasn't already come, which it hasn't yet, but it's so close. It says, all bow the universe. It says, I just hope you're not afraid of heights. So what a great message. I love that. Some space here. There we go. So that's what they have for you, my dear. I know. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. This is wonderful. I'm gonna take off this ring. All right. Exciting, exciting. All right. Deb, thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the list here. And then also Rocky's World. Hey, Rocky's World. Good to see you. Get you on the donation list here. And Anshul's a starseed, right? We got your free question. We'll get you on the list here. And I think that was all that has been there. All right. So let's take a quick sip and we'll dive back in. So Lori will be up next, and then Deb, and then Rocky's World. So cheers, everybody. Love you. All right. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So Lori, you are up. Thank you for your donation via the Venmo. Cheers. And I love this. So let me just make sure. So you have many orbs in your house. That's what I said. I'm so jealous. I'm sure we have them. It just I wish I could see them, right? Can you please tell me what spirits they are? Many. Send some to us. All right. Excuse me. So thank you so much for your generous donation. I appreciate that. Let's see. Who are they? Who are they? I just feel like they're reminding me of this um it's on someone I follow on Instagram, and they're always showing films of all these orbs that are flying around their backyard and in their house, and they're like, "Oh, the so and so family's visiting," and there's like all these orbs, and I'm just like, "Wow." All right, let's take a look here. For your house, what are the ones that want to make themselves known? Okay, you've got that one, and then you got this little trio. You got this one, got this one, and this one. And then this is the message they're trying to bring you here. I feel like there's two messages. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So it's funny because you got one, two, three, four, five little individual ones. You have many videos. Oh, I love it. So there's five little individual ones, but there's like these three that hang out together as well. You see orbs too? I love it. I love it. I'm so happy for you guys. I know um, Jojo saw one the other night too, and who else was I doing a reading for? There's someone else that was doing a reading. Oh no, they didn't see an orb; they felt energies. But I was like, wow, I love it. I love, um, and maybe I need to tell them I'm ready to see now because at one point I think I told them, please don't let me see things. I enjoy feeling them and being able to get messages and everything, but I don't wanna see things yet. That was a while back, so maybe we need to do that. 3 makes sense? Okay. Yeah, so you've got 1 and then 3 and then 1, 1, 1, 1, and then you got the 2 messages on the bottom that we'll find out, what they wanna tell you. But the bottom of the deck, which makes total sense too, is the 8 of Wands, which is a ton of flow of energy, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 orbs. 8 of Wands, 8 orbs, 8 energies that comes through. Yeah, I blocked them out. Or they're just going, "Peekaboo." Now watch. You guys are gonna start seeing orbs flying around behind me. Brother Zen, don't turn around unless you wanna poop your pants. I would welcome it. I just probably need to do a welcoming ceremony to welcome them. So I love that. But how perfect, 8 of Wands, which is a lot of energy that you've been opening up to, and that's probably what I need to do is, like, flood the area. I should warn my host because 'cause they'll probably appear to her too upstairs, but, um, there's this, they it makes it easier for them to appear when the energy is higher vibration because they're able to kind of come down and, stop vibrating so high into a lower vibration so we can see them. And it helps them when we create the atmosphere. It's kind of like a fish can come visit if we'll flood our yard. Then it has something to swim in. And I feel like that's what's happening here with this 8 of Wands. All right. So the first one that wanted to be known here, we got the 4 of Wands. And this 4 of Wands energy that's coming in here, it feels here this is your, fire elemental spirit guide. I feel like this is gonna be the biggest orb that looks the most fiery to you or the most brightest is this fire elemental spirit guide because they roll over the energies, and with that 8 of Wands, they're the ones kind of coordinating and helping create the field with you for them all to be able to appear and for you to see it. They're the ones that are helping you and kinda manage the energy around you. So, I love that. So, that first one is your fire elemental spirit guide. Um, and if you wanna know more about fire elemental spirit guides, if anyone wants to know about your elemental spirit guides, let me see if I can find my little I think I saved it somewhere here, where I could just grab it. It was probably further up here. I probably went flying by it. Yeah, it was my monthly quest playlist. Here it is. So if anyone wants to check out what your elemental spirit guides are, how to connect with them, it was a monthly quest I did for like 6 months where we covered all the 5 elementals, the fire, earth, air, and water, and then the ethereal one too. Yeah, so maybe check that playlist. There's some meditations, there's some things and tools you can use to understand and communicate with each of your elemental spirit guides. So, yeah, check it. So I love that. Um So the fire elemental spirit guide is the big honkin' one. It's like if you see the big orb, you're like, "There they are." Um, and you can get to know more about their personality and their name and who they are and, all that, so I love that. Now the little trio of 3, let's see who they are. You got these 3 that hang around here, um, coming in here too. We've got we so the 3, you got the Knight of Cups. This one feels like more of a bluer, of course, like a blue color orb, kinda has a blue tint to it. And then you have the Hierophant energy, which is like a teacher-student energy, and then also this Judgment card, which is also someone who helps you see from a higher place. This butterfly wings on the back feels much like a costume kind of energy, and the 3 of these do feel like people you've known in this life who are on the other side. The fire elemental spirit guide doesn't, it's a different kind of, um, being that, we could have had past lives with, but when there are elemental spirit guide in, we didn't have they're, like, not someone we've known. There's someone that's been with us since when we were in the womb, um, you know, coming in there. But you got these 3. One feels if they were young at heart, these fairy wings or these butterfly wings, they're just like, this is what they would wear, um, or they were very childlike in a way where, maybe I don't feel like they were a child. They could have been a child, but very childlike, just, one of those that, you know, just always laughing, always happy, always dressing how they wanted kind of energy. That's one of them. The other with the Knight of Cups feels very motherly. It feels very like because 'cause they're just full of this divine emotional energy, um, but they feel very mother-like or grandmother, it's that kind of nurturer kind of energy, or it could have been an older person, an older female or feminine energy that, was like a surrogate mom for you if you don't have those that have gone to the other side already, but it does feel very motherly. Um, and then the middle one, the Hierophant, feels like a teacher, you know? It is mom. So someone that was a teacher, and that could have been someone who was an actual, like, uh their occupation was a teacher. But I feel like these 3 are hanging around together. I just feel like 3 peas in a pod. I feel like they would have even have hung out and had special connections while they were here, and so they just continue, the 3 the 3 musketeers. They're showing me in my head, Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Chevy Chase, when they were the 3 amigos, and they're on the horse, and they're all, what do they do? They did something like, on their horses. That's what they just showed me in my head. They're like, "Yeah, we're like the 3 amigas." So maybe they're all like, "Yeah, please, please do." Um, they love to be talked about. So I do love these 3 because they are they're very hilarious together. I just feel like I'm seeing pictures of people sitting around, a table in the kitchen having Coke, in glasses and someone smoking and, the windows are open, it's dark out, it's the middle of summer, the screen doors, the doors open, the screen doors on, um, and, there's this, you know, uh, feeling of just sitting around chatting and kind of energy that's coming in. Your mom, your dad, and your husband? It could be if that energy resonates with him here, because the one that definitely felt feminine was the Knight of Cups. Um, it's like they were a warrior of love, and the other 2, the teacher, and the one that was childlike, is that who's that? Is that dad or husband? But, I like it, and it can be all 3, yeah, I mean, it feels like they were, uh, not double trouble, but triple trouble, right? So, I like that, I like it, yeah, and that it makes sense that they would hang around together because they have such a strong tie to you in this lifetime, and they're hanging around you already too, so I love that. Beautiful. Let's see who these other 4 are, because it feels like these 2 have this message, these 2 have this message. There's like 2 cards with 2 cards, 2 cards with 2 cards, and I feel like they're saying, "These 2 have this message, these 2 have this message for you." So, let's take another sip here. We'll dive in more. I love this, and there's so many different people that visit us, which is amazing. That's what I feel like there's just a variety of different entities that are all, "It's a party." All right, so the next little group of 2, I don't feel like they show up all together, but I feel like they're related somehow, we'll see here. You got the Empress energy. Yep, so we got this Creatress energy that's coming in here. Let's see, who's this other one that's along with them? And the Four of Pentacles. Okay. So now you have your earth elemental spirit guide coming in. They told me the fours were going to be elementals. When I saw the Four of Wands, that's what they told me. And this one is the one that's over your physical body and helps organize your physical world. And the Empress, of course, feels very, there's a lot of emotional energy there, but she's like Mother Earth energy that comes in here too. I'm getting with the Empress, this one feels like fairy energy, very connected to earth energy and fairy energy, and helps spark your creativity. It's almost like it's a fairy muse, that comes around, and I feel like they've been hanging around with you because 'cause they're showing me scenes of, like, as a toddler drawing and in kindergarten and, um whenever you're doing something creative, they're around you, and they love helping spark it. They are like that muse that helps inspire, and I like that there. And that Four of Pentacles, that makes sense why they work so closely together, because it has to do with your outside world and creating things in your outside world. You've seen fairies? I love that. So, course, the our earth elemental spirit guide, which if you check out those videos, I dive deep into a lot more stuff around them. They help us with our a lot with our physical bodies and organizing the cells because it's like our body's a collective of cells. I like that. Oh, only on camera. Oh, okay. I like that. But I love this that they've been it's almost like, "I'm a fairy queen," and they're like, "Princess." "Okay, I'm a fairy princess," is what they're like, "Okay, I'm not the queen, but I am a princess. Someday I'll be queen." But, I like that energy. The message they have for you, yeah, you got the mother star, the yes, and the world card. It is time. I feel like they're bringing something in the outside world for you, an ending, a significant ending, and a new beginning. It's a victory energy, and this card of yes, yes, yes coming in here as well. So I like this. Um, one of the big things that they're doing is working with your energies to help create stuff in the actual physical world and help you move forward with confidence into this next stage that you're headed into, bringing more things into the physical world, especially creating things in the physical world. In a way, it's like bringing the spiritual into the physical and um, being like a conduit of sorts. So I love that. And then the last two you that they want to talk about, you got the Queen of Cups, and then next to them is the Three of Wands energy here. And they wanted to come in together here. So who is this Queen of Cups? This Queen of Cups, I don't feel because I feel like were a human and they did transition, but it doesn't feel like this lifetime. This feels like someone from a past lifetime, and I feel like they appear a lot in your dreams as well, and you guys might even hang out on the ethereal plane. But this is a special it almost feels like sister-like energy. Like, we've been sisters, and we always choose to be sisters in lifetimes, I feel like you're like, "That's our thing." And they're like, "Well, why don't you guys try being that?" "No, we're sisters. We're always sisters." And if I'm not gonna have a sister in a lifetime and I'm not gonna be that sister, I'm not going. They're saying it in a funny way, but, they're like, "That's our thing, and we're okay with it. That's all we wanna experience." But I feel like they are this uh, I feel like they just want it's like you guys help each other with each other's intuition and connection to the spirit world when you're in the same lifetimes, you do that, and when you're not, you guys really help each other as strong spirit guides too. So there is this sisterly past lifetime energy coming in with that one. And then the 3 of Wands, they wanted to come in here and oh, and there was a third one. They were like they told me triplets. I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Sister, sister, sister. We're triplets." And so there's 3 of you that like to be triplet sisters, or at least sisters close in age in different lifetimes. And so I feel like these 2 that are hanging around are from past lifetime energies. Um, unless you've had a sister in this lifetime who's passed, um, then that could be one of them, but you would know, you'd be like, "Oh my god, yeah, we knew we had lifetimes together before." But I kinda feel like you didn't in this lifetime, and they kind of your turn, you go down, and then you guys rotate out, and then every once in a while I don't feel like you guys have 1 up there and 2 down here. It's either 2 on the other side and 1 here, or all 3 of you are here. You never are 1 up there and 2 down here because 'cause they're like, "What? I have to stay up here?" They're being funny because 'cause they're higher selves, and they're like, in reality, we don't really care because we know we get to experience all sorts of things, but I like this little sister trio energy that you guys have this special bond. through many lifetimes. And the message they want to bring you, yeah, the Ace of Cups and the Nine of Wands. I like this, persevere. Um, there is love. There is a new love for you in your life um, that they will bring towards you. If you haven't met them already, they're like, this barrier, this Nine of Wands. They're like, um, it's kind of funny because they're like, if you feel like someone's rooster blocking you, yeah, that's us. But we'll make sure we bring you someone that we approve of. Of course, it's all up to your power of choice. But they're like, we will make sure, per our agreement, we're going to bring you in someone special. Um, and I like that for you. They're just kind of, um, they're just very funny. They're just hysterical kind of energies. But I feel like, that's who they are and what they wanted to at least those last 2 groups of them wanted to tell you there. So, I love it. And it's funny, we got, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Wheel of Fortune, in the middle are the 4 elements. So, I do feel like the 4 elemental spirit guides, they're like, "Yeah, we'd love you to get to know us. We have so much that we can share and assist you with, and we're like the managers. It's like property managers. We make sure everything runs smoothly and runs according to the will of your higher self in the 4 areas of the mind, the heart, the spiritual energy, and the physical energy of your existence. So, I definitely feel like that's a nudge to you know, check out those videos if that resonates or your own independent research, of course, and just get to know them because it's amazing. Just ask them who they are. I didn't couple it was a couple years ago, I was like, I didn't even bother to ask who my spirit guides were. When I did, these 4 came through, and I learned so much about them, and I share a lot of that in those videos 'cause, it's just like wow, blew me away. I didn't know that every human gets 4 elemental spirit guides. Well, the 5th one is our guardian angel. I call it the guardian angel, and I talk about what our guardian angels are. There are our ethereal elemental spirit guide. They're always with us, but every lifetime we can have different elemental spirit guides too. Right. So, I like this. Your first fortune cookie, your angel number is 1011. Take action. New beginning, fresh start, spiritual awakening. Says this is a call to action to move forward. The sooner you get going, the sooner you will accomplish what you set out to do. Those with patience will eventually reap the rewards of their perseverance. I like that. That whole world card, this new beginning that's coming for you too, right? And then the note from the universe. Let's see what they have here for you too. This one here. And here says, if you could actually stand in someone else's shoes to hear what they hear, see what they see, and feel what they feel, you would honestly wonder what planet they live on and be totally blown away by how different their reality is from yours. You'd also never in a million years be quick to judge again. Just saying, the universe. And it says, not to fret, they'd wonder about your planet too. What a great energy. And there is this message in here, especially from the people you've known in this lifetime that have gone to the other side. An amazing thing that happens when our loved ones and people we know, as soon as we step out of this shell and we reconnect fully back to our higher self because our higher self is always there. This is just like fingers. It's like this lifetime is one fingertip being dipped into this reality. And then, but we have all these other ones, and we have many arms and many fingers that are everywhere and all these other expressions and stuff all at the same time. But when we kind of step back out of this human form, we're immediately by all of our loved ones. Um, and we have the ability to be with every single one at the same time because 'cause we're not limited by time and space. We can be everywhere we wanna be, and be fully present is if that's the only place that we are. So we don't have to share ourselves with all our loved ones. And we immediately, of course, understand, oh, why I made all the choices I did, why I wanted things to happen in my life, why I wanted to make the choices that I did, and blah, blah, blah. But we also get to understand all of our loved ones, anyone actually, we get to understand every thought, every emotion they felt, every experience they had, all the way back into the womb, and actually all the way and to the end of their lifetime too, because again, we're out of space and time. But we do keep it, we don't talk a lot about futures because they're like, we don't want to ruin it. Plus, it's a world of possibilities. And they're like, you never know what timeline you're going to choose. But but they understand us so much more, and they understand your reality more than what their reality was. And so I love that for you. So amazing. Thank you so much for asking that question. I loved connecting with all of their energies, and I just love learning more and more and more, when everyone asks such different questions. So, thank you so much. Oh, wow. The best reading ever. Much love to you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for your donation as well, and to all your love and support. I appreciate you. All right, my dear, my dear. Let's see. Oh, I think we had someone else come in here. Question when we did those. Yeah, Amber. Hey, Amber. Good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom. Give me some more space on there. All right. So for donations, up next we have Deb, and then we've got Rocky's World up after that. Let me just check one other place here. Boom, boom. All right. So we are good. All right. So, Deb, you're up. So 11702 for yours. Boom, boom. And we'll give that a love and a like. Doom, doom. So you're also taking a free astrology immersion and learned more about your node. Oh, wow. You found that I am on that course now. Anything spirit would like to share? Oh, okay. Sure. Dive in here. So anything else about the node or your astrology or to understand where you're coming from there? Oh, you have seen me on camera with orbs? So you've seen the orbs, but they were sneaking behind me, huh? Oh, yeah, right? Where I'm like, "What was that?" Yeah, that's true. They're like this behind my head. Cheers, everybody. Slurp, slurp. All right, Deb, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know here? Input, information. And this one here too. This is under here. All right. Let's see what we have, because you've got here the bottom of the deck. You do have the Three of Wands, and I like this for you because the Three of Wands overall is it talks about with new information, we make changes in our life. And I like that because, the more we study like astrology and numerology and life path energies and destiny, card energies, and all this different kind of stuff, and experience in life, we glean a lot of understanding. And the more it's kind of like we peel away the old stories of like harsh judgments of, you know, like I used to beat myself up by wanting to be a recluse and, that kind of energy, right? Intent punishment, yeah, and But when I learned more and more and more, I learned about my entire birth chart and Aquarius energy and Capricorn rising energy and all my Pisces moon, Pisces energy that I have, the stellium I have, and water trines and kites and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, it all points back to you want to be alone. You want to be alone. You want to be, you know, in a cave. And it's like, wow, it's like all these alignments I have do that. And they're like, well, it's for a reason, evidently. Um, and so you just learn to accept things and understand it, and you don't beat yourself up about it. You just say, "This is my impulse. This is my tendency, and I can work on changing it if I want to." But then it's like, "Well, I chose this for a reason, so I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna use it for the best," right? So I like that. Yeah, right? The more you learn, the more you understand. Exactly. So I feel like with this 3 of Wands, it's like you're also altering your courses of life and what you do as well, the more that you understand more of who you are and this human character you are, but more so connecting and realizing who you really are, burning away that which is not you, right? And then you got these 3 cards that came up after this, and I like this. I feel like these were 3 pathways that you had at one point in your life. Because you had death card, you were headed towards death and were gonna be dead, and you even died, but you decided to come back. So one of the paths was that you had an out. It's one of your, "I could leave now if I wanted to." You also had one pathway where you would end up feeling abandoned and left behind and live in lack and, you know, feel alone, kind of energy. And then you had the middle, 4 of Swords, which is questioning your expectations and coming to this place of like rest. And I like it. Rest, recovery, and quiet, right? Your your alterations seem to be getting there, right? So I like this. I feel like this is like a reflection in the past kind of showing you. At one point, there was this decision to be made. You were either gonna die or be alone and run away from everything or embrace your life and understand it and come to a place of rest. But we knew that was gonna be the hardest one. And you did it, and that's what you chose. And I feel like that's what they're saying here is, you're learning a lot about your adventure and you're learning a lot about there's a low expression of life and a very high expression of life. And to get to the high expression takes a lot of work to get rid of things, the weights that are holding us down, the sandbags and those kind of things, right? So this is this, beautiful reflection of the past where you were at a crossroads, and that's the choice you make, and that's where you're at today. You also have the Magician and the 7 of Cups. Yeah, the power of choice and the multiple emotions that we can feel, and none are wrong. They're just different choices. But I feel like they're bringing in here too, you know, and I like this reminder for us that even though that's our tendency and the more we learn about our astrology and all this other stuff that makes up the character, we're like, even if that's the tendency, that doesn't mean that has to rule over it. It's the weather that surrounds us, but that doesn't mean that I have to just stand out in the weather and be it, right? Like, Scorpios sting. That doesn't mean that I have to be going around stinging everybody. I can learn to, from a place of love, sting and not sting everyone, or, or like all the hermit energy. I can not tell everyone, no, I don't want to see anyone, screw the world or whatever. It's no, I'll show up, here. This is my way of connecting because I feel everyone's energy. I'll go do things. If they want to go do stuff, I'll go and go. I will choose to leave my hermit for the care of others. But if someone asks me, like my host knows, I will always ask you if you wanna go with me somewhere, but I never expect you to say yes. So, that's that. "Oh, good," but sometimes I will, because sometimes I do say yes. Yeah. Yeah, of others' energies too. Yeah, so I like that. Let's see what else. It got the creator and the moon. I like this. You've got this is a unique card. This is the power of no with the creator and the moon card. Um, it's like I feel like they're saying here with this energy because the moon card can be represent a lot of stuff that's below in our subconscious, and that we don't have to undo everything because that'd be boring to spend our entire lives just working on the lower vibration, right? And doing that, and it just makes it seem bigger. It's almost like, well, if I feed the rabbits, they just multiply, and there's thousands of rabbits. If I focus my energy on the higher vibration, and I can say no to. It's interesting that they brought it in that way. I can say no to. I don't have to do all that work, that inner work. I can enjoy life too. So it's a good reminder for that here too, because we do have our shadows, we do have those things, but we're the ones that get to choose what we wanna do, and there's no right or wrong, and we have the power to say no as well. So, I like that. What else? You've got the 7 of Pentacles, yeah. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but there's something that they were talking about today to me, and they're bringing it up because 'cause we're always in the middle of life, There's this, even though this human character feels like, "Oh, it has a beginning and an end." It doesn't. It was in our mind of our higher self for millennia before we even were created. We were a spark of an idea of what we wanted to experience. So this character already existed millennium ago, and it will always be a part of our higher self for eternity. We're always in the middle of life as this human, as our higher selves, because we're eternal. We're always not at the beginning, not at the end, because we're endless and we're definitely past the beginning. So, we're in the middle. And I like this because it's like there's no rush. There's no rush. We have eternity. So there's no rush. Enjoy the journey, right? And then your last of your cards here, you got the Fool card. Yeah, you got this Aquarius, Uranus. Looking at the world as full of possibilities, not without expectations. Yeah, and then you got the 7 of Wands and the 3 of Pentacles, which is being true to your authentic self, shining bright, not dimming your light, not trying to be someone else, not trying to do whatever. And I love it that you got it with the Aquarius card. So it's like, be you. Don't feel like you have to be something other than who you are. Um, it's only if we don't enjoy something that we change ourselves, not because other people are like going, "I don't like this about you." And then you're like, "Oh." Yeah, and then I love it. Spirit has a sense of humor. Even if you wanna be a hermit. Thank you. This card was for me, or anyone else that's a hermit that, feels that as well, right? Yeah. So, I love that. Well, this particular one's the Full card, which is also the Star card is Aquarius, the Full card is Uranus, which rules over Aquarius, so it's Aquarius energy too. But I like it because it's, the freedom from all the rules, kinda that rebel energy that does come in with Uranus and Aquarius energy, so it definitely has that there. But I love it, you know? Never be afraid to change direction with that 3 of Wands, with new information that you glean, because 'cause we're always making the best choices with what we know in the moment. Everyone is. And then when we learn something new, we can make new choices if we want. But there's, no need to, um, even though we're fixed signs, be stubborn about not switching, you know, directions if we want to, right? Yeah, a lot of rebel and spiritual. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Especially the south node is what we come in with, and the north node is what we want to move toward, and glean in this lifetime. So I love that. Your angel number is 4444. Blessings in disguise. Says there might be some difficulties ahead, but you will push through. I feel like this is what they're referring back here to the 3 original story we talked about, 'cause it was like, "Well, there might be some difficulties ahead, but you will push through. You got this. If you've been struggling or feeling lost, the winds of change will blow in your favor if you've been suffering or feeling lost. Some things may fall apart, but you're building the framework for something much better. Hang in there." The blessings are in disguise. And then your notes from the universe. Let's take a look here. All right, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. What does this say? Oh, I love it. It's psst, shh, like psst, shh. So it says, around the bend, in the unseen, arising from the very uncertainties that may now seem to taunt you, there are some amazing surprises, awesome twists, and spellbinding coincidences about to emerge that you can't even now imagine. Moo ha 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 ha. That's what it says. Moo ha 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 ha. I don't know if you can read it, but it says, there it goes. Moo hoo ha 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 ha. The universe says, for us here, because of you, watching is so much fun. Someone please pass the Twizzlers. That's the universe. Watching your life. I love it. What a great cards. Whoa. Come back. Come on. Focus on me now. All right. It'll do it here in a sec. Come on. All right. It'll correct itself here in a moment. Maybe if I lean in. Say sometimes when it focuses on a card, it stops focusing on me. I'm important. Focus on me, camera. Come on. Let's see. It'll start. There it goes. There I am. I love that for you, Deb Deb. Thank you again for your donation. Much appreciated. How fun. All right. So let me do some more shout outs here. Let's see here. We've got here Ankita Moore. Hey, Ankita. I see your free reading. We'll get you on the free list here. And then we've got Little Starseed Angel. Hello, hello. I see your question. We'll get you on the free list here too. And then, of course, we got Sudeshni in the house. Hey, Sudeshni. Good to see you. Thanks for being so clear. And I got your donation. So we'll get you out here on there. So we've got Rocky's World up next, and then Sudeshni. You'll be up after that. So, ha. So cheers, everybody. Let's take a sip, and we will dive back in. All righty. So Rocky's World 134. 13. There you are. I love you too. Have a great week. Fun, fun, fun. All right. So Rocky's World, thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. You want to know what kind of individual is your neighbor Nadal? What goes on in my neighbor's home? Whoa, him and his family energy is terrible. Oh, Lower vibrational, huh? Let's take a look here. So, what kind of individual is your neighbor, Nadal? Let's see. What can we know about them? What's good for us to know about them? Okay. And that one here and that one here. All right. So, we got those 5 for that. And then, what goes on in the neighbor's home? They showed me in my head. I have a T-shirt that I got recently that says, "If I shenan, I will shenan again." Shenanigans. That's what goes on in your neighbor's home. All right, let's see here. What we have. What goes on there? All right, and then tell us about this energy. What's the advice here? All right. Yeah, we've got the 7 of Cups. So there's a lot of different emotions that are there. I feel like there's this, especially with choice being up here at the top, it's they're like bringing in this impression of what other people do everywhere in the world is just their choice. And no choice is 7 of Cups. There's all these choices that we have. From Spirit's perspective, there is no right or wrong choice, right? There is no terrible or beautiful choice. Everything is an adventure. They see it all as experience and information and yeah, as an adventure. They don't see it as bad or good, worse or better even. They're like, it just is. So they understand from our human perspective that we're under all this illusion of right and wrong, and we because of our praise and punishment, we've been taught what our family or community or society deemed as right or wrong, good or bad, better or worse, blah blah. We got all these stories that are not true. There are made up opinions. And so Spirit sees it as interesting how we have our opinions about what everyone else does or doesn't do, says or doesn't say. Um, and that we're very nosy um, breed of animal in a way. they're like, they're just like laughing because they're like, yeah, it's like a zoo. Look at the human. Wow, aren't they nosy? You would think that was just a giant nose with feet. But they understand that's part of our adventure. It's why we come here, because it's all about contrast and comparison. So our nature is to contrast and compare until we go against our nature and our uh, that our nature, our tendency to judge and compare. So that's funny that that starts off with that. All right, so let's take a look here. What kind of individual is your neighbor Nadal? So what information can we know about them? We got the 10 of Pentacles. They're a family person, a family man. Really, it's important for them to protect their property and protect what is theirs. I feel like they grew up very poor with hardly anything, and now they're very protective and very fearful of someone stealing from them and taking from them. There was a little bit of, um, what is it when we believe that we deserve to have, a lot of things and that people should give to us because of we feel like so many people, receive things when we were younger that we didn't get to have. And so we feel like we deserve to have, a lot of that, kind of stuff. Entitled. Thank you, Rocky. Yes. That is it. So yeah, no, I haven't got to any free readings yet. I've got I'm on Rocky's World and got Sudeshni, and then if no other donations come in, then I'll start on free readings after that. But yeah, so entitled is the word. Um, well, we'll see here if, you know, because sometimes just someone who was so, neglected when they were younger, well, that's what narcissism is a child in a adult body trying to be loved like they wanted to be loved when they were younger, right? It's just extreme. And that's everyone has it. It's just narcissism is at an extreme level because they were so abandoned, so neglected, so abused in a way that, you know, that it's, that kind of energy. But I do feel like that's why they feel like they want so much and they feel entitled because they felt so punished when they were younger. So now they feel like they deserve everything and it's like they defining themselves by it, so they need that, right? Yeah. And then we got the King of Wands. Yeah. So there is this fire energy. So, maybe they are a fire sign, they might have a short temper. That's the lower expression of fire energy is, lashing out suddenly, but it's not like they're doing it intentionally. They go into fear and then they react. So that's what happens with us humans. When we go into fear, we do stupid stuff. Unloving, uncompassionate, stupid stuff. Um, and then we're out of fear and we go, "Oh god, I can't believe I did that. Why do I keep doing that?" That's why, you know, like abusive people when they say, "I'm sorry, I'll never do it again," that's their intention most of the time. But when they get mad or they're, out of their minds, they're not acting as themselves. They're this creature, this 2-year-old that will hit someone, because that's what kids do, right? And then they smack someone, you're like, "No, you don't." We try to teach them not to do that. You shouldn't hit people, but that's our tendency as children, defensive, fight or flight. But I feel like they're a fighter, not a flighter. We got the Knight of Cups. Yeah, they are a romantic energy. They are an emotional person, but that also, that they can be a very loving person in one moment, but I feel in another one they can also like a it's like when you're petting a cat and suddenly they attack you. They're purring one moment and then biting your hand and scratching and taking off the next. You're like, "What happened?" You touched them for too long in that one spot. Yeah, we got the Judgment card here. I like this reminder that they are a higher being, that this is just a character that they're playing. I like this reminder because we can get caught up so much in the character that someone's being that we forget that that's just, an expression, a higher being that's perfect and eternal and made of unconditional love is having this experience, but we get caught up in the character they're playing. Like if you ever see someone on a show and they really are good at playing a villain to where you're like hate them, and then they talk about, like in interviews, and they're the sweetest people, but people throw things at them and get angry because they believe that character is them. And it's like when we remember that's just a character, that's not real. Then you know I like that reminder in the midst of all this. Yep, and they have the 8 of Cups, which is there's a lot of emotions. They give their emotions to a lot of people, and they using a lot of their emotional energy to keep a lot of old emotions down. So they've had a painful life, because every moment is either an expression of love or a cry out for it. So when you're saying they're their worst neighbor ever, that you've ever had, they're the most hurting neighbor that you've ever had. And when we look at it as a small child crying, we wouldn't look at them and say, "You're the worst child ever." They're an abused child and they're crying, and "You're the worst." Will you stop being such a little brat? We would be like, "Oh, wow, come here." Because the more we focus in on what the worst they are, guess what we are inviting into our life, right? our energy when we focus in on what is happening that I don't like. I'm basically going into a donut shop, pointing at all the donuts I hate, and then when I end up with a box of donuts that I hate, I'm wondering, "What happened?" And the baker's like, "Well, you were pointing at all that stuff. I thought that's what you wanted." That's how the universe works. If I point out all the things I love about my neighbor, then I get more of that. Um, and I know. Well, what if there's nothing that I love about the neighbor? Well, I'm sure they're the worst neighbor you've ever had, but I'm sure they you could have a worse one. Like, what are even and it's not doing that. Thank you that my neighbor's not a serial killer 'cause don't we don't wanna even touch that energy, right? We just want to focus in on what we appreciate about them, you know? I love that they don't play, loud music on Monday nights, you know? If they play loud music the rest of the week, what's the one time or the one time they didn't, I'm so grateful that they didn't play music on that night. I think I'm grateful for that, that it starts changing things, right? But, understanding that they've come from a very painful background and they're just a little hurting two-year-old. When they do stupid stuff, they're a hurting little child crying out for love. And when we change it to be that their actions are not personal against me, they're just a reflection of their pain, then I don't need to go into reaction mode. I don't need to feel unsafe and out of control because my inner child, when it goes into fight or flight mode because of what it's experiencing, the story it's putting to what's happening in the outside world, then we start being a little child, right? We go into that, um, that, fight or flight mode ourself, into that, reactionary mode, and what does a two-year-old do? We call each other names. We talk about what a horrible person they are, right? That's what we do when we're feeling unsafe and out of control. We start judging. That's what little children do. But when we realize, "Oh, that's not who I wanna be. That's not who I am. I don't wanna be that, you know, that that person." They're reminding me when I had my condo years ago, there was, like, a little courtyard out in front in between, where we were at, a little grass area, and the children that lived in those other condos, they, loved to play kickball on that little grass area. Now my big glass window and my front door were there, and, when, I heard it hit my, glass kitchen window, and then I heard it hit my door a couple times, I was beelining it to that door to be that grumpy old man that opens the door and goes, "You kids better stop that, rah, 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 rah." And when I'm on the way to the door, spirit touched an old memory of being a young child in a neighborhood, and we were playing football or something in the front yard, and we were screaming, and this old man opened up his door across the street and said, "Will you kids shut up?" And we were like, "Oh." And I'm like, "I don't wanna be that." So I stopped. I turned around and I went, and I'm like, "Who do I wanna be? I don't wanna be that. I don't wanna be this person. I I'm gonna choose to be the loving neighbor, and I'm going to, you know, um, realize they're hurting children, and I'm gonna give them love, even if it's in meditation or whatever, or take them a plate of cookies because kids love cookies, you know, take them some cookies, some brownies, do something and just say, um, "I was thinking about you guys, and I just wanted to, uh, bring you guys something," just to say, I don't know if you would even go that far to say, "Just to know you guys are loved. Here you go." And they're like, "I wanna see you eat one of these first." Do not poison them. Alright, anyway, so that's they wanna do that. I know we went deep into that, but, I feel like this is for more than just you and me. Alright, and then what goes on in the neighbor's home, right? Let's take a look here. What goes on in there? Yeah, we got the Page of Cups. There's a lot of love that goes on in there with the Page of Cups. Again, this family, man, it feels like they're giving a lot of love that's here. So I like that. There's a lot of love. We've got the Six of Pentacles. And there's a little bit of codependency that goes on there too, which, when you realize the kind of life that they've had, and there could be um, a codependent kind of relationship that goes on in there. So there's that struggle. They're struggling with their relationship. There's a lot of love, but there's struggle that's there. We got the Ace of Wands. Yep, a lot of new beginnings, a lot of fiery energy that goes on in there too. So there's a lot of passion, a lot of excitement, a lot of new stuff, but it's feels like with that the King of Wands leading the pack, that they lead with their fire. If when they're upset, everyone's upset. When they're in a good mood, everyone's in a good mood. So it really fluctuates based on the king that's over the castle there. They have the Nine of Cups. I like this energy because they tell you here that they have their dreams too. Like you have your dreams, you have your desires, you have your emotions, you have your life. They do too. They're humans that have had human experiences and human lives, and they have dreams just like everyone else that they want to live and that they're pursuing just like we all are. When we realize that, we don't see them as adversaries. We see them as people that are on the same road as we are. And instead of feeling like they're out to get us and they're out to do things purposely, we start looking at them differently, right? What else is happening down here? And we got the King of Cups. They do have balanced energy too. So it's not all bad. There is wonderful times here. They have happiness and love that goes on there. But so I like this energy that they're, bringing some great clarity, right? Their advice for you here is to change your story with the Two of Swords. You have the ability to change what you are seeing, because what you see going on and experiencing your life just is. There's no meaning to it till it gets in here, till it gets into the little noggin, the little noodle machine, which um, our opinion growing up is what we revert to. If we're not consciously choosing a story, we're flying on autopilot, and we are um, the stories being chosen for us based on what we've experienced in the past, what we've told something's supposed to mean. Oh, when they do this, they're the worst neighbor ever. When they do this, that's unacceptable. That's rude. That's da 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 da. Right? But we have the power to choose a higher way of looking at things and choose a different story too, right? Or yeah, or change your residence even. You have the power to change that. But just a a word of awareness is what we'll call it. There's a reason why you chose to experience this. It just didn't happen by accident. It's not, you know, a an error in the programming. You drew them to you, and you drew yourself into this experience for a reason. There's a gift in it for you. And if you move, guess what? You will end up with someone or something in your life. If it's not your neighbor, it'll appear somewhere else in your life to show you what you want to see about yourself until you see it. Because things come up for us to be freed from something, not to run from it. If we run from it, the monkey's on our shoulder. We're like, why are you still here? I'm your monkey. I'm on your shoulder. Wherever you go, there I am. So set the monkey free, right? But you can change the story, and it impacts every area of your life, because if you can change your story about them, you can change your story about everyone else, right? If you're like, "You know what? Instead of seeing them as intentionally, um, intentional jerks, I'm gonna see them as hurting children, and I'm gonna send them love. I'm gonna start off with that, just go, "You know what? I'm gonna see behind this villainous character, this actor, this big actor, an eternal, unconditional loving being who's smiling and joyful and glowing in light." And you're gonna talk to them, not to them, and go, "Here, I'm giving you this love energy that surrounding them, and I'm giving them love. You can use it how you will for your experiences, but I'm gonna send love instead of fear." Because that's what the judgments that you have toward them is from fear, and that's fear energy you're expressing, and then you're drawing more things that match that energy. When you start intentionally sending love to them, then you'll get, things that match that instead. Like, they'll move away, or they'll suddenly change. You'll see them in a different light, and you're like, "Wow, what happened?" They went to rehab, or, you know, someone passed away, you don't know. But no, so that's the bottom energy. You have the 4 of Pentacles, yeah. You have stable home. This is like you could change residence. 4 of Pentacles is the 4 walls. You could change residence, but the 10 of Wands is also changing your perspective. Usually it's someone carrying 10 wands on their back. We can see that as burden or we can see that as harvest, but our story impacts how we perceive the world. Doesn't impact anyone out there. Our perception of how we see the world only impacts us. So it's like if I'm tired of having a neighbor who I perceive as evil and villainous and rude and disrespectful and all of this, I'm going to start seeing them differently. And then you're going to start experiencing them differently. That's your power. And then the sun. Yeah, you have this bright energy, bright, bright light. So you do have this ability here, to change your story. And then you can see and feel a life that feels like a victory. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookies bring in here too. But I know we dove deep in there, but I feel like that was more for uh, more than just for you and me. I feel like that there was some extra tidbits for some others here too. In fact, my next podcast is about conflict. Um, it's Peace Interrupted is what it's called. It's about being interrupted is the theme, the story that we start off on, but it's fun to see. All right, let's see what else we got here. Rip, 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 rip. Here is your angel card number first. You got 22222. You got feminine forces, but this is also the power of choice. Guess what? With 4 twos, it's talking about you have the choice of the story you put to anything, the emotion you're going to feel about it, the energy you put forward, and your actions. You can't control anyone else's, but those 4 choices are yours every moment. You can choose one rooted in fear or one rooted in higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, or one of fear and all those wonderful low vibration emotions that come with it, right? It says you can do everything by yourself, but life is to be shared. Partner up with the right spirit and you'll become a force. Honor commitments and people around. Don't judge, listen. hmm. Hmm. I like that. Honor people around you. Don't judge. Listen. Get out of our head around what we think it's going on there and reach out with our heart, right? And then your note from the universe says, what if the only guarantee you received before jumping into the big pond of time and space, apart from your thoughts becoming things, was that once you emerged from it, you'd miss it? Chickaboom, the universe. And then he adds, it's like everyone has a choice. Wow. Either be totally flipped out, odd, overwhelmed, and tickled by the day to day splendors of time and space as they're revealed, or be floored by them in hindsight. Wow. So perfect for what we were talking about, right? So there you go. It's all about choice. It's funny, the 222 in the choice card, it's all there. I love it. Gotta love spirit, right? So, many, many blessings to you. That's what they got for you, my dear. Boom, boom, boom. All right. And Sudeshni, I do see your free question. We'll add that onto the list here. And Fairy Tale Nihal. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll add you onto the free list as well. Make sure I didn't miss anyone else. Christina, a dumb movie. Oh, all right. So I think I got everyone else. Make sure I didn't miss anyone for the list. I don't think I did. All right. So I only got one more donation right now, with Sudeshni, and so after that, I will start free readings unless a donation sneaks in the meantime. So cheers, everybody. Get rid of that. There we go. Okay. So Sudeshni, you're at 20058. So here is your timestamp, and let's give your donation a love and a like since it lets me. And you want to know, will your medical aid be approving your surgery in March or April? You'd like to know which is your recovering month. Will all be okay with you? All right, very good. We'll take a look. Of course, disclaimer when it comes to medical questions, down in the description area of the video. I'm not obviously not a medical professional, and everyone should always pursue professional advice in making your life decisions. Tarot is for fun, it's for entertainment purposes. So, disclaimer made. Check, check. All right. So, first of all, okay, is it going to be March that your medical aid is approved? All right. What is this underneath here? Okay, thank you. And then, or April. Wow, these cards just came flying out. Based on current energies, of course. And then you want to know which month you're recovering in. I got these. I'm digging through all these bins back here are full of cards and other things, but most of them have cards in them. And I found these old when cards. So I'm gonna use these and see what comes in here for you. Can you tell us the when is the recovering month? Okay, we'll see what that comes in here. I want to see what it is here. Okay. Oh. And then we'll all be okay with you. So, and what will the results be based on current energies as well? All right. So we got those. 3, 2, 1 countdown. All right. Okay. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Cups. And interestingly enough, also the Chariot card. Chariot card is Cancer moon energy. So, we got a lot of this emotional moon energy, power of choice energy too, that comes in here. But there is something about emotional roots to what's happening for you in your life, whatever's going on in your physical body. There can be an emotional basis to it because a lot of the stuff that happens on our bodies is stress related, and there's stress is a fear energy, and the fear energy comes from an emotional uh, reaction of some sort to an emotional belief to something, right? So I feel like that's important to know. We might have talked about that before. If you ever look at Louise Hay, her book, you can heal your body, heal your life, or you can even just Google, you know, emotional and spiritual reasons for and put symptoms or diagnoses and see what resonates that comes up because there can be some emotional transformation that comes in with all that energy there. All right. So let's take a look. As far as approval for your surgery, it could be um it could be March, let me look at April here too, because it feels here that it really is based on your emotional choice and energetic choices. Because for March, you've got the Queen of Wands, which whatever she focuses her energy on is what grows and expands. So when we focus in on gratitude for things, we draw things to us. We focus on want, need, or we feel like something's lacking, or we fear something's not going to happen, and da 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 da. We actually make it harder for it to come to us, right? But with the movement of emotion, with the Knight of Cups and the change of thoughts and beliefs, that brings movement. The Knight of Cups is movement, the Six of Swords is movement, and the Queen of Wands is possibilities. So you can, if you change your mindsets, it can come in then. Right now, I mean, you've got the Sun card for April, which would be, you know, a abundance card, a great thing that's happening there. And you got the Six of Pentacles, which is a victory card as well, abundant energy. And you have the Three of Wands too. And it's even there can be a change of plans that comes in, which I feel like with that Three of Wands, they're saying that with new information, it could be a different timing. Again, it can be earlier. Right now, I feel like we're heading for April, but if you'd make those changes, it can be March. So that's what they have for that there. When would you be recovering? What's great is because this new deck that I just found today that I'm introducing is perfect for your reading because it says within 3 months. So based on energies right now, we've got March, April, recovery would be May. So, um, so the recovery I feel like is within these 3 months, and it says within, so it could be anywhere in these next 3 months that's coming in. It will all be okay with you, and then this is the 3, 2, 1 energy. So I feel like they're showing that it's a countdown of being okay. It's a process, right? It's not an overnight thing, but I feel like it's a process. Your first 3 cards, that's what we got here. Yeah, it's a transformation. The Hanged Man it's a pause. It takes time for a caterpillar to become a butterfly. But then, you've got the Eight of Wands, which is a fast energy too, and the Four of Cups, which is, this restful energy. But I feel like they're talking about the speed of which it happens has to do because they had me put the Hanged Man next to the Eight of Wands, which is slow pausing energy and fast energy. They had me put the Four of Cups on top, and it depends on your emotional stability, your emotional choices. Am I going to, choose the emotions I normally did? Well, it's going to take longer. If I choose higher vibrational emotions, higher vibration speeds things up. You can have a faster recovery too. Then you go to the 2 cards, which are the Six of Wands and the Seven of Swords, So, again, there's this energy. The Six of Wands is a, movement, victory type of energy. The Seven of Swords is becoming aware of thoughts and beliefs that have cheated you out of opportunities and cheated out of, things being able to happen. And so I feel like they're like being aware of your emotional choices, be aware of the mental stories. These things will slow down things, or if we transmute it and choose higher vibration and glean that, then that speeds things up. Again, they're talking about the emotions, and then they're talking about the mind, and then ultimately, you end up with the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, victory, abundance, flowing. So it does, you do end up eventually, everything being okay. The amount of time it takes has to do with your power of choice, so much with it all. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookies are here too. I like the little kitty within 3 months. Beady beady beady. I got to meet a cat on my walk today. Someone was walking their cat on a leash. I get to meet dogs a lot when I'm out walking, but, this is the first cat, and her name was Sky. She was so cute. She wanted to say hi to me. I stood off the sidewalk, and she came prancing over, and she goes, she wants to say hi, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm so honored. I love cats." Alright, let's see here. Your angel number for this is, yeah, you got 0000. Look, you get to reset your mileage on your body. Limitless potential, and it is about, reset, relaxation, finish line, success, and victory. Says it serves as a timely reminder that anything can be accomplished. If you can dream it, there's no reason you can't make it a reality. If something is in the possession of another person, it's also available to you. So try to remain calm. What's meant for you won't pass you by. Let go of tension. Relax. I like that. And then your note from the universe. All right, is this one here. And you've got always kindness prevails. No matter how things appear, nor how humbling a task, nor how unkind they've been, always kindness prevails. The universe. So I like that. And being kind to yourself as well. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear, my dear. All right. Many blessings. We'll circle back around for your free reading eventually here as well. All right. Let's see. We got Happy. Hello, Happy. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your question. We'll add you to the free list here. And Sean G in the house. Hey. Good to see you, Sean. I did get your donation via the Cash app. Where am I at? I'm at 2 hours and 12 minutes. So we'll get you in here, and then I'll probably be at 2.5 hours. So at 2.5 hours ish, if I haven't started free readings, I do step out of donations. Complete is 30 minutes at least of free readings. And if I have any other donations, then I finish those off, and then I return back and finish out free readings too. So that's where we're at. All right. So Sean G, you are up. Boom, boom. Look at that. Perfect timing. 2:12:32 is your time stamp. Thank you for your donation via the Cash app. And you want to know any advance from your or advice from your highest self to make the most out of this upcoming week. All right, let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Let's take a look here. What advice do they have for you to make the most out of this upcoming week? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. It's interesting here that you've got 3 card like, do you like that? I know my numbers. 3 cards, no, it would be 3 cards, then 2 cards, then 1 card, then 3 cards again. So it's if I just got 3, 2, 1 and it stopped, I would say it's a countdown to something. But the advice they have is that everything's a cycle. There's always something new. There's always something next. There's always something coming. And the way the cards here, before we even start like looking at what the cards are, because they're all face down, is that enjoy the moments because there's always something next. And if we're trying to get to the end of something in an outcome, then we're not able to enjoy it. We're because we're living in the future, we're not, and we live in the present. So if we're focused on the future, then we don't get to enjoy the process, each step along the way, each part of these cycles because there's always endings and new beginnings, always endings and beginnings and endings and beginnings. And that's the wonderful thing about humanity is nothing ever stays the same for long, which is good when we're experiencing tough things, but also it's good to be aware of when we're experiencing great things, is that enjoy it in the moment because life changes and then we'll enjoy whatever that is and enjoy whatever that is. But things will never be permanent and always for the rest of our lives because that'd be boring anyway. All right. So that's the message just starting off with the how the cards are presented. The bottom of the deck, you do have the full card, the zero, the new beginning, the adventure, the world, seeing the world of possibilities, getting rid of expectations because limit expectations are limitations and they make us, you know, not see things. There's um this saying that I had that I noticed here that I had in my notes from a while ago. And it says there's two subtle words that slip into our mind, which are how and when. And every time we ask how it will happen, we shrink the infinite field of possibility down to our limited human logic. That always blew me away. It says, and every time we ask when, we vibrate with waiting and therefore with lack. The quantum field doesn't respond to deadlines or strategies, it responds to our frequency. Isn't that amazing? Blew me away. Anyway, they wanted me to mention that because that is kind of like the full card energy. It's the world of possibilities. There is this amazing, when we don't limit it down to this, going, all right, creator, it needs to be this. So like, well, that's on back order for 1,000 years. If you get rid of these things, there's a lot of more possibilities. So we don't want to limit creation and creator. We want to try to be as open as we can to we know our what and our why, right? But the how and when, let's leave it up to them. All right. And then the first three cards you got, do you have the Four of Wands, the Two of Pentacles, and the Five of Swords? So the Four of Wands is joy and celebration energy here. So focus on joy is a great energy, especially joy around the celebration, joy around, the wonderful experiences. You've got the Two of Pentacles, realizing you have the power of how you act in the outside world and what you choose in the outside world. And to understand with this Five of Swords, when there's conflict, the conflict is between our head and our heart. Our head going expectations and supposed to be and all that, and the heart who has no expectations. And realize when we're feeling that struggle and we're feeling anxiety, it's because our mind is trying to take over the experience and trying to control it. Again, the how and the when, we need to know, we need to know, we need to know why. Because we define ourselves by the outcome. I need to know. And you're like, no, you don't. I get to define my worth. Even that Two of Pentacles, I never really looked at it that way, but the Pentacle suit is about abundance and physical world, but it's also about our worth. That I get to choose what my worth means in each moment. Interesting, right? And then the two cards after that is the Star card and the Emperor. You know, your dream come true. You get to decide as the Emperor what you want, put a plan together and put action behind it. And that's about stepping out of your head and into your heart more with this and realize I like this about living our dream. And it's even Aquarius rebel energy, but I get to choose, what my dream is, no one else. And I get to choose if it's way opposite of what everyone else would want for me or for them in life. I get to choose. It's my life. I can get to experience it. There is something here. We've got a new moon in Aquarius coming up on Tuesday, and it is a solar eclipse, and it is the beginning of the Fire Horse lunar cycle. It is Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras, and it is also the beginning of Ramadan. So there's a lot of stuff happening this week. A lot of energy to be gathered. If you haven't checked out my um, video, the Aquarius, making the most of this Aquarius energy. Here it is for everybody. Just if you want to check it out, it's make the most of your new moon wishes and your new moon intentions. So I feel like this is like you can take your power and direct it with this new moon energy too. And then you have the Three of Wands. Yeah, don't be afraid to, with new information, to change direction. Don't, again, the Three of Wands is not like, it must be this way. It can be, well, that's one way, but there's also this way or this way. And I'm okay altering course with new information. But this is you choosing to go different directions, excuse me, because of new information. And you're like, okay, this makes sense. This is where I want to go, right? So, I like that. And then the pattern starts over with 3 new cards, and you've got the King of Cups, yeah, the balance between head and heart. You've got the King of Pentacles, which is abundance, and the 10 of Wands. So I feel like, there's this beautiful ability because the 10 of Wands is we can look at it as burden or we can look at it as abundance, and so it's really being aware of our energy. Where am I investing my energy? How am I defining myself with this King of Pentacles? Because that King of Pentacles, one of the big stories that they share through their experiences is the Four of Pentacles, which they say, when I define myself by the outside world, to the 3 buckets that we're told to define ourselves by: relationships, situations, like jobs, education, social status, things like that, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. When we define ourselves by those things, we feel unstable because all those things are unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away, right? Um, Situations never stay the same, like cycle, everything's always changing, like we said, right? And things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen. So all those things are unstable. When we define our worth by that, we feel unstable. It freaks us out. But when we go inward and upward and define ourselves by the eternal, unconditional love, which is the only stable thing, eternal, that's forever. That's pretty stable. Unconditional, meaning no conditions, nothing I have to do to earn it, which means nothing I can do to lose it. That's also very solid. When I define my worth by that, I'm priceless. Doesn't matter what happens in the outside world. I get to have fun and experience life instead of trying to control all the uncontrollable out there, all that unstable, uncontrollable. Yay. So I feel like that's our advice. You do get 2 fortune cookies. You got the angel number um, first, and you've got 1111, a wish come true. I love it. Good energies. You're in for a lucky break. It may come as happy news, experience, new opportunities, or an exciting acquaintance. You will find yourself in the right place at the right time. It's not a coincidence, but a gift from fate. I like it. And then your note from the universe. Let's see what we've got here. All right. Nope. Nope. Oh, it's the time your grandma passed away. I love that. So that's grandma. Grandma speaking to you, right? Girl, it's a gift from me. I love it because it says it's no accident. I love this. I'll read it to you here. It's no accident that your courage often overrides your common sense. You wanted to be programmed that way. You also wanted it all. Wanted it all. Proud of you, the universe. Says, besides, common sense is not what you need to get where you're going. I love that. You don't need common sense to get where you're going. That's so great. So it looks good, Sean. I like that it's within your power that's there. So funny. All righty. So thank you, my dear, your grandma. I'm proud of you, right? That's the universe, uh, their voice, using their voice of your grandma. All right, I gotta move my butt here. Okay. My butt was falling asleep. Gotta change positions. All right. So thank you again for your donation, Sean. I'm excited. Great advice. I love it. Good for all of us. All right. So Marissa, thank you so much for your donation via Z PayPal. I don't see a question on there, so if you want to pop your question out there, see we're at 225. So you'll probably be my last donation. Yes, is that why you always donate 111? Oh, well, that's going to be extra special now. Oh, beautiful. Like, pour some coffee out for your grandma, for our homie. Oh, I see. Deb. Holy smokes. That is a lot of stuff happening, right? You're very welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So, a love reading for March. All right. Very good. So, Marissa, we've got you at 22607. So since we're under the 2.5 hour mark still, we'll jump to yours. But probably won't have, if anyone else makes a donation, I'll come back to that after I do 30 minutes of free readings once I start. So just so everyone knows. All right. So love for March, Marissa. Thank you again for your donation via Z PayPal. Let's see what we got going in here. Wow, these cards just came flying out. All right. What else for love for March, please? Got that. That. But this is underneath. Okay. Gotcha. And then that here. Well, that's underneath for all of those. I understand. Okay. All right. So, Marissa, bottom of the deck, we got temperance. I know. Ugh. Temperance is alchemy. It is also patience, and slowly things are transforming to gold, but it feels like March might just be a slow month regarding love. Things going slow on purpose. We'll see what all this is about here in a sec, though, but just to kind of go, okay, love probably isn't coming in the month of March, but you're moving. There's a movement, more internal movement, I feel, and something going on, whoever this is that's coming your way. They're working on stuff too, which is good because you're both raising your vibration and they're catching up, I feel. I feel like you're ahead of the game and they're catching up. Because if we do it too early, you guys miss each other. Because 'cause you're up here, they just raise their love vibration to here. We're like, "I was there, where were you?" And they're like, "Well, I was on, in the basement on basement floor number 5." You're like, "I was up on floor number 10." And they're like, "Oh." I couldn't make it that high yet, then you wouldn't meet him, right? So it's waiting for things to be where you guys are on that same, level where it's, your love energies are equal, so you don't, and don't take the elevator to go down to the basement because then you'll just end up doing what you've always done and get what you've always gotten, right? You want someone who takes the stairs up to where you're at. All right. That said, what else do we want for March, right? Or what do they want you to know for March? Yeah, you do have the 5 of swords. So there is some transformation of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about love that you're releasing, some good inner releasing of expectations of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's. Yeah, because you have the 10 of swords too. So this is, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations. And quite honestly, I'm tired of trying to have everyone live up to mine. So let's get rid of as many of these things as possible. Let's get rid of the rules so we can just have some fun, so we can just have love, that there's not all these expectations that are sucking the life out of relationships, right? Because one of the wonderful things that Spirit's been showing lately is, when we have expectations, we start off feeling like we're in the negative, like we have to do all this stuff just to get up to 0. After 0 is when we start feeling abundance. The mind works with expectations, and so the more we clear out of our mind, all that swords air energy, the sooner we get to start feeling abundance. The heart has no expectations. It's just pure abundance when we live from our heart. But when we have those supposed to be's and shoulds and need to be's, like who are they supposed to be? How are they supposed to be? What they're supposed to bring in the relationship? How a relationship is supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up, who I'm supposed to be in the relationship, what it's supposed to bring me, what I'm supposed to put into it, blah, 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 blah. It's exhausting, right? And that's what the Ten of Swords usually has someone laying it out flat with all the swords on their back. They're not dead. They're just exhausted trying to live up all that crap, right? So this is the releasing of those things. Yeah, and then you yeah, and I mean, I love it because you do have the World card, which is a ending of significant cycles and new beginnings, which the full card is all about possibilities, letting go of all the expectations. So there is this new cycle you're learning in the month of March because you're preparing yourself to have an amazing relationship as you let all that stuff go, right? Yeah, because you do have the Four of Cups, which is the old ways are boring and stagnant and unfulfilling. This Ace of Cups, that's the new love. That's the higher vibration love that you're looking for. You don't want to do what you've always did and end up getting the kind of love, the low vibration love that you had before. You're like, that's a bad investment. When I do the cost benefit analysis, denied, right? I'm not going to do that. I want something more. Yeah. And you have the magician. You're really learning about stepping into your power of your energy in the month of March towards relationship here. And so I like this slowness because it's going to just put you in a total new place. Plus, like you said, it's helping them catch up to where you're at. But of course, with our energies, it's like there's this when I learn to focus on the gratitude of what I do have, what someone is bringing, what I love about who someone is, I get more of that. When I focus on those expectations, I end up checking things off, like, are they doing that? Yep, okay, that's good. No extra points, that's just a check mark. You're meeting expectations, right? That's what expectations are about. Are they saying that? Yep, they're doing that. Did they do that? Oh, no, they did not. Circle that. Fail. We start looking at what's not happening and what happens when we focus our energy on what's not happening. We get more of not's happening, not more of what is and what we like, but what's not. And then that's the downward spiral. That's why expectations suck the life out of relationships because we end up focusing on that, and our energy does that to the relationship, at least our perception of it, right? And then you got 3 cards with 1 underneath. You got the 6 of swords. Yeah, I like this. So letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a higher place takes you from choppy waters to calmer waters. It brings movement. So we like that. You also have the Ace of Swords. Yeah, so this is a lot of this is about clarity and clearing away of the old ways of thinking and seeing things from that higher place, you know, um, from unconditional love and gratitude instead of from small t truths rooted in fear, right? And then you have the Creator. This is a unique card. It's on the bottom. It says no there. Um, There's a no and a yes card. The no card is the power of no, and I feel like you're learning to say no to thoughts that don't serve you anymore, and you're learning that I don't have to listen to all the old opinions and the old stories of supposed to be and should be and need to be. I can tell them, "No, no, mind. We're not, we're not doing that." "Oh, what if they're not doing" "No, no, 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 mind, we're not doing that," and I love it because I heard that today. When we tell the mind, "No, mind," we're actually putting our mind as a separate entity and realizing I'm the observer, I'm the decision maker. The mind brings us thoughts. Doesn't mean we have to entertain them. Like, "No, no, I'm busy doing something else. I don't need to think about that. Thank you, though." You know, because the stories we entertain the most is the stories they continue to give us more of. And so if we give them a story of gratitude, they'll bring us more stories of that too. So I love that. Underneath all that, guess what's there? 10 of Pentacles, relationship energy and victory energy. So the underlying energy, it's all about relationships and thoughts and beliefs around what a relationship is supposed to be, what it's supposed to look like. And I like the more that you get rid of all those supposed to be's, the faster, of course, things as you raise your love vibration, the faster it comes to you, the faster it seems to come for you too. Time doesn't drag, it speeds up. Sometimes the amount of time may not change because it's dependent upon the other person's actions too, but our experience of it can feel faster. Think about that for a moment. And this is the example Spirit gave to help me understand it because I was like, "Huh?" And they were like, "So have you ever been on a long road trip where, you're with someone really, really fun, and you guys talk, and you listen to the radio, and you sing blah, 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 and before you know it, you're there, and you're like, 'Oh my god, we're here already.'" Time flew by, right? Um, it's like it's a 10-hour road trip, and you're like, "Wow, it flew by." And then you go on this road trip, this 10-hour road trip with someone who is in a bad mood and not talkative and silent and huffing and puffing and, um, you know, saying, um, low vibrational things, and feels like it took 24 hours, right? And so that's our experience. When we're in a place of higher vibration, it feels like everything goes faster. If we're in lower vibration, it feels like everything drags out. All right. So that's what they have. Let's get your 2 fortune cookies here. We got your angel card. Let's see what your notes from the universe is here. It's this one here. All right. So your angel number is 0440, the gut feeling, this mirroring energy. And it says, follow your gut. It's more than just a feeling. Be real with people and focus on meaningful relationships. Remember, you also must bring value to the table. Treat others with respect, or else karma will bite your ass. 3 is a crowd. That's funny. And then your note from the universe is birds only know their isness. ISNESS. Here, I can show you the card. Let's see if you can see it here. It may not focus in too clearly, but um, so birds only know their isness, trees only know their isness, and planets only know their isness. That's their only business. Let it be yours. Then it says knock knock, and it says knock knock, the universe, and it says it's me, is me. That's who's knocking. It's the universe saying is. It's all about being in the moment. Isness, birds, trees, planets. They just know about being in the now, not the future, but what's happening in this moment. That's where gratitude lives, in the moment too, right? So I love that. You're very welcome, Marissa. Hopefully that helps. Many, many blessings to you. All righty. So, Maria, thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. And I see your general reading here too. Let me add you to both the free list and the donation list. Now I've hit my 2.5 hour mark. So I'm going to step out of donations for about 30 minutes and then complete as many free readings as I can during that time. And then I'll go back, and Maria, you'll be the first donation that I return to. And if there's any other donations, I'll finish those up, and then I'll return and finish all the free readings that I don't get to in the 30 minutes. That's how it works. At least at this day and age today. All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll dive into the free readings. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Just tell me you enjoy the free readings and all your readings. It's that way to show the channel and me some love. And it's free, which is a great price. So thank you, all of you that have done that. I am really grateful. You're part of the love tsunami, helping spread this beautiful love to the world. So thank you. All right, I'm almost done here. Let me move my water over here. Just drink one more sip of coffee here, and we'll dive in. So I hope you guys are having fun. I went on a wonderful walk today and I met a dog. I forget what their official name is because they named it, they said, or we call him Han Solo and also Frog Log. I'm like, all right. And I met a little cat named Sky that someone was walking their cat. They wanted to say hi to me. Both the dog wanted to come say hi, the cat wanted to come say hi. And I also came across there's a circle that I walk around, and a kid had, you know how you do hopscotch? You do like 1 square and then 2, 3, and the 4 square and 5, 6, and 7, like, you do hop, like that. Well, they did 1, it, like, started almost at the beginning of the little circle, and it went all the way up to, like, 54. I was like, wow, because 'cause I'm expecting, like, they usually go up to 10, right? And I'm like, it kept going and going, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh," someone was doing their numbers. It's a lot of fun experiences when you just are able to kinda be in the moment, right? So, cheers. Alright. Story time with the Brothers Zen is done. Let's get into the readings. Alright, so let me move this a little further out. There we go. So, Touch of Love, you're up first, 2:41:22. So that's the time we're starting the 30-minute timer. And Touch of Love, you wanna know, what is it that you need to know? So what does Spirit want you to know right now? Okay, those 2, boom, boom. Got the 8 of Pentacles and the 6 of Wands. The wait is worth it. The 8 of Pentacles is transformation. It's putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You do get the reward with that. And the 6 of Wands is that victory. It is the flow energy that comes in. So I like that. It's, realizing that I feel like they're kind of saying that look at like what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing? Instead of, if sometimes we'll get focused on this outcome that's, months down the road, something that someday, and we get caught up in the 1,000 steps and it becomes kind of disheartening and a bit, I don't know, just like not depressed, but just kind of like I get exhausted looking at the 1,000 steps, but if and that's even with me with my walks. Like today, we went and had, Mexican food. My host took me out for my birthday 'cause, she works during the week, so we went, for an early lunch, and after eating these nachos, and I was so full with these carbs, I'm like, "Oh, this walk was difficult to make today." But instead of going, "Okay, I gotta go all this way," because I walk like 4.3 miles, on Sundays, and I'm like, "No, just what's the very next step? What's the very next step? What's the very next step?" And then before I knew it, I'm halfway done, and I'm like, "All right, well, I'm halfway, all right, well, let me just keep looking at the very next step." Before we know it, we're headed home, and I'm like, "There's the house. I did it. Oh my god." It was more difficult than normal because of all that carbs. Just wanna lay down in someone's lawn and take a nap, but, we can do it. We can do the blood, the sweat, the tears, and get through it, and then you have the victory, right? So it's there, it's worth it, but I feel like just take it one step at a time and, look at the very next thing, not all this stuff that needs to happen, right? Let's see what your everyone also gets a notes from the universe. Let's see what your notes from the universe card says here too. Get this one here. Yeah, a lovely card. It says you can always change how you feel. We'll read the full thing here. So you can always change how you feel, and you can always feel whatever you like. Don't you remember? You bought the upgraded Superior Deluxe Double Plus Good Time Space Package with a side order of chocolate mousse, if I recall. Smooth, the universe. Yeah, it's as I was saying, you can always change how you feel, and you can always feel whatever you like. Wow, power of emotional choice. So, I love that. And we and that's the wonderful thing too, when you're choosing just to focus on this moment and the very next moment, it's easier to choose how you feel in this moment than feeling the overwhelm of our entire lives, right? Like, "Oh, I gotta get to that. I'm overwhelmed." There's too much to feel in all those moments, but this moment and the very next moment, more more reasonable to choose, right? Interesting. I like that. So that's what they have for you, Touch of Love. Many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Swaroop Bobby. You are up. 2:45:20 is your timestamp. Coming week reading, please. What's coming towards you? All right, let's see. What does spirit? All right, these cards are just like popping out. You got the Ace of Pentacles and the Eight of Wands. I like that. You got good news headed your way, and a new opportunity as well. And with the Eight of Wands, this is kind of speedy energy that's coming your way too. A lot of fast movement that's headed your way, and a new opportunity that brings prosperity that comes in here. So, I feel like they're saying pay attention because the Eight of Wands is also like bringing messages and guiding you and bringing you information. And I feel like they're saying if you get too distracted by things and you're not being conscious of signs and things going around you, then you'll miss these signs. So I like this. There's a lot of um, opportunities, but watch for the signs. They'll guide you to this new opportunity that will bring you abundance. So I love that for you. Let's see what your notes from the universe brings in here. All right, this one's yours. You got the older the soul, the softer the glance, the quicker the smile, and the sooner to say, I love you. Utterly fearless, the universe. Says they also skip and wink more than normal and hold hands with those they walk beside. I like that. The older soul. Things that we can glean from people who've been around for a while, right? Softer glances, quicker smiles, and sooner to say, I love you to people. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. And then Eagle, you are up to 47:24. And a general for the next 72 hours. All right, what they want you to know for 72 hours. You've got the Knight of Wands and the Page of Cups. Wow, powerful energies. Well, we do have the Knight of Wands, the fire horse energy. And I feel like because over the next 72 hours, we're actually having the new moon solar eclipse and the lunar new year, which is taking us into the year of the fire horse, the Knight of Wands. So there's a lot of fire energy in this next 3 days that gives you an opportunity for fast movement and to kind of get ignited here. The Page of Cups is giving me this energy of following your heart. And with all this energy, this movement, they're really encouraging you. It's a such an ideal time here for you to choose to follow your heart, put action behind plans towards something that makes your heart sing, something that makes your heart want to dance, and where your passions and your excitement is leading in your life, not your brain trying to fill expectations and supposed tos, but following your heart. And I feel like all this energy is going to support it. If you haven't checked out I have a making the most of new moon energy that I put out. Let me just throw it out here for everyone. I've been putting it out here a couple because it's in a couple days. But here's the link. The playlist link is down in the description box if you're not here right now and you come back to look at it later. But make the most of your new moon wishes and new moon intentions with that as well. Your fortune cookie. Let's see what we got here. Note from the universe. Take massive action on massive dreams. That's what I was talking about, right? So you got that here. And it says, so take massive action on massive dreams amidst massive uncertainties is pretty much where anyone who's ever done anything massive had to start. And then things got way easier. Massive love, the universe. It says, besides, massive uncertainties are normal. Woohoo! I love him. All right. So that's what they have for you, Eagle. Many blessings. And for anyone new coming in, um, 2.5 hours in ish, if I haven't got to free readings, I do 30 minutes of free readings, which is where I'm at. I know I've got a couple donations that came in, so I'll say howdy to you guys here in a moment, and I'll let you know where we're at on donations because I'll go back to finish those out here in a moment. All right. So Ateshi Singh, you are up 250.28. All right, there you go. And you want to know, what does HL think you feel? You realize I may have been unintentionally blocking him. Oh no, but that is just how I am when it comes to crushes. I still sense mixed signals from him. All right, let's take a look here. So, how does HL think that you feel? Okay, and then what are these mixed feelings about here? Yeah, you've got here, how do they think you feel? They feel like you are a barrel of emotion with the moon with a lot of hidden emotions that you haven't talked about here. So they do feel like you're, there's this sea of emotion below the surface that they're like, I know it's there, or they think that it's there. Like, you really have the hots for me, don't you? Or you have these feelings for me, not even like hots, passion energy, but like emotion. You have emotion for me. Um, so what messages from him here? Yeah, I mean, he's got the 10 of cups energy, which is a lot of joy energy. It is relationship energy, but and I feel like they do have a lot of this. I kind of feel like the mixed messages that you get is they've got this, they're in love with the feeling of being in love, but they don't have like a person in mind. They just like being romantic, they like flirting, they like that exchange, but they don't want it to be restricted to one person right now. That's why there's 10 cups. They're like, there's all these people that I flirt with and talk with. And I feel like that's why you get these mixed emotions because you're like, well, I feel like this energy, but I don't feel like it's for me, but it feels like it's for me, but it doesn't feel like it's for me, and that's why it's confusing, because it's like someone who's in love with being in love or, um, enjoys being romantic and, like I said, flirting and connecting, but I don't want it to go too far, if that makes sense. Alright, let's see what your, notes from the universe are here. You've got, I just met with someone very, very fond of you. Actually, this is the universe talking to you. Actually, everyone here is very, very fond of you. Anyway, this friend said to tell you that just because most people are looking for what they think they don't have doesn't mean they don't have it. She also said you still look fab in black. Weird, huh? I mean, the first part, the universe. So it's interesting energy that, people look for what they're missing in themselves. And especially when they see you as this big moon, all this emotion and love energy, and they wish they had that ability. Sometimes people will try to, instead of finding it for themselves, they'll want to claim someone to be that for them. That's what that kinda means with that energy. So it makes sense with as, they're trying to f connect with all these people, but at a shallow level, not one person at a deep level. And with your moon energy, I mean, you dive deep into emotion. they wish they could do that. They're like, "I got a snorkel," and I got one of those, suits that I can go into depths with great pressure, that they're like, "I wish I could be that. Can I just borrow your suit?" No, get your own. Alright, that's what they have for you, Teshi. Many blessings. Alright, we got user PC is up. Here's your timestamp. And you'd like a general read. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. Okay, I was gonna put these back, but they're nope, these two. Okay. Yeah, there is a little bit of hermit energy going on here, of course, with the hermit card, and you got the 5 of swords. There is this interesting energy because one of the things that Spirit's been talking lately is, we learn we learn through conflicts, right? The 3 of swords or the threes, we learn a lot through mother, father, child energy or divine masculine, divine feminine, or masculine energy, feminine energy, and us as children. We learn a lot about ourselves through that um, love triangle in a way, right? Um, but the 5 of swords is how we learn among groups, and uh, and this 5 of swords feels you're in the kind of this. I'm stepping away from a lot of group energies, but I feel like it's a time to realize, what did I learn through the conflict with groups? What did I learn? What were they trying to show me about myself that I wanted to see? And, because you're a mirror, they're a mirror. You don't know what they learned from you. We won't probably know until we're on the other side, unless someone comes up to you and says, "You know what I learned from you?" What? But I feel like, this is about this mirroring that they're asking or offering for you, not asking you to do it, just offering. This is what you can do while you're in this hermit energy is go, whatever I thought of them is somehow a mirroring of how I feel about myself. And how is that true? And I feel like any conflicts you had with people in groups, it's important for you to kind of take a look at that because that will help you, understand what is it that I wanted to see. Because from experience, if I don't take time to review and see what gift was in these conflicts, I'll just keep having them more until I'm like, "Oh," 'cause as the spirit says, all these mirrors, all these are all teachers showing us what we wanna see about ourselves until we see it. And if I don't, then I just keep repeating it and I keep having different experiences with it till I'm like, "Oh, that's what this is for." So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Your note from the universe. Some are better loved from a distance. Is that what you learned? For a while, anyway. And that's okay. Tally ho, the universe. It says, besides, love doesn't really know the difference. So that's your card there, my dear. So many blessings to you. That's what they have for you. Let's see here. How am I doing on time? 2:41. Oh, yeah, we still got, let's see, 2:41 to 2, it'll be to 3:01. So 3:11 is how I'll go to there. So I got about 10, 12 more minutes left for free readings. All right. So Jojo, you're up 258 to 14. Whoops. There we go. Boom, boom. So you're super tired today. Balsamic moon haze. I was gonna say maybe try a ranch dressing moon instead. Instead of a balsamic. Anyway, but a bunch. So you wanna know, what does EN think about you? I mean, he remembers me probably from when I was younger and went to sets. Alright, let's take a look here. So what does EN currently think about you? Okay, nope, none of those. There we go. What else? Nope. What else? Alright, there we go. Oh, right. Yeah. Well, we got the Mother Star here, which is a yes card, um, and the Knight of Pentacles, which is kind of this slow moving, knight, but it feels like, it makes sense, like, it's been a long time 'cause the Knight of Pentacles feels like it's been ages. It's been a long time since we interacted. But there's this yes energy, this positive energy of creation, and, it's like Empress energy, right? It's nurturing energy, it's, a bit sensual energy, it's a bit, it's like this positive force. It's almost like I don't know why it's not like you're a yes person. You know how they call it like a yes man that says yes to everybody. Yes, 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 yes. But this feels like you were I don't know why they're coming across this way, but you were very agreeable. Like when they wanted to do something or needed something done, you were like, "I'll do it. Yeah, sure, I'll do it." You were very helpful, energy. But there is that Empress energy, like all that there's emotion and sensuality, and they just felt like you were very, very full of emotion, but not in, like, they don't look at it as a weakness. They looked at it as a strength that you shared emotion, you expressed emotion, um, and this Empress, but very creative with the Empress energy too. So I feel like it's more so that I almost feel like they never and that's not that they didn't understand you. Oh, that I feel like they never understood themselves, and they loved how you really embraced your uniqueness and your true authentic self, and, like, you knew who you were, at least for where you were back then, um, which was still advanced for a lot of people that you were around. So they saw it as like, "Wow, you really know who you are, and I have no idea who I am," kinda question, so interesting. Right? See what your fortune cookie brings in here. Your note from the universe. It's always better to give too much, pay too much, and love too much than not enough. But then, since everything comes back to you anyway, can there ever be too much? I love you too much anyway, the universe, and not just for the karma, they say. I like that. Right, so that's what they have for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you. All right, and then we got Christina Lowe. You are up. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. Hope you enjoyed your movie. So, any news about love in the next month or so from someone besides yourself? I'm lonely and want to share your feelings with somebody else. All right, let's take a look here. That just spirit wants you to know. No, half the deck falling out here. Oh, here they are. Well, I just put this back in the deck and it came out here. You got the Mother Star, which is, yeah, there's someone coming, but the Three of Wands is, it's going to be unexpected. It's going to be going a different route. And I feel like the reason why you're going in this different direction is because you're learning some things here. I feel like the big thing that they want to bring through here is that, when we're feeling lonely, it's because we are out there looking for love and not in here looking for love. Because we feel alone because we've left ourselves and we're out here trying to find love that we can only give ourselves. And so, they say, there's a saying about if we can't be happy alone, we can't be happy with someone else. And when we feel lonely, it means in a way, and then you can see this resonates or how this fits into your life is when I'm um, defining my worthiness by the love I have in the outside, then that's when I feel empty, right? But when I return back to me and I look inward and upward and I connect to that love, then I fill up. I don't feel empty because that's loneliness is feeling empty. I feel full and overflowing. And then that's when I draw in love that matches that. Because, if we, you know, if we're just I wanna be with someone, I don't care who it is, I just need like, get a dog, you know? Get a cat, you know, if I want love. But, but I feel like this is the important thing because, you're taking a different direction, with all this, and I feel like when you do that, you end up finding someone unexpected instead of doing what we've done before and ending up with what we got before. Because some of it was fun, but unhealthy and doesn't match your energy. You're looking for someone who matches your energy, which is difficult. There's a small pool, of individuals that match that energy where you're at, right? Maybe you need to look at moving, moving to a bigger pond where there's people at a higher vibration, right? But I feel like they're saying there is, but it really depends on how much you look at that inner energy. And the self love is the important thing because that's what's going to speed things up. The more you raise your vibration, the faster things come to you. But if we are looking to the outside, then that's where we end up having, you know, people who are, um, I don't know, just uh, these black holes that you just, if you're pouring your love into it, it's not bringing anything back. So hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie says sometimes instead of running from something scary in your life, it's easier to learn not to be scared of it. Let it stay. Pull up a chair. Share some eggnog. Tally ho, the universe. Says besides, you're bigger and you have wings. So I like that. There's some sort of fears to be looked at, right? Right. So that's what they have for you, Christina. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Starry Night. You are up. There we go. And you want to ask, what is Joseph hiding from you? Uh-oh. Dun dun dun. He has a wife and a baby. His wife is named Mary, and the baby's name is Jesus. And I'm just kidding. You're like, what? Just a joke, Joseph marrying Jesus. Uh-oh. maybe, maybe I'm not wrong. Got the Queen of Cups. Maybe that's Mary. No. Queen of Cups and Six of Wands. The Queen of Cups does remind me of, you know, High Priestess energy, which does show that there is something hidden. So, and this is also, she's very intuitive, this Queen of Cups. So I feel like your intuition is on point that there is something that they're keeping from you here. Six of Wands, usually it's a victory card in that, but that can also be a mutual attraction between them and someone else, these three wands. And so I feel like they're hiding that. I do not feel like they've acted on it as of this time, but I feel like they're drawn to someone and someone's drawn to them and um but they're not acting on it, at least physically, you know. I just feel like there's some conversations going back and forth between them. Maybe not even like not texting and that. I feel like it's someone they bump into, someone they see either at work or at a coffee place they always go to or something like that. Someone they see quite often, and it's just this energy that's between them. And I feel like they feel I wonder if they say they kind of feel guilty about feeling attracted to them, but they haven't acted on it, but they also haven't, like, shut it down where, you know, if they're like, "Hey, da, da, da," and you're like, "Hey, how's it going?" And, there's that little energy going back and forth. They haven't like, "Bzz, I'm becoming a cold stone zombie around you. I'm not gonna give you back any energy. And I feel like there's some guilt around that, but they haven't, done anything around it. But I do feel that's what you're picking up on. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. See where we on time here. 241, 51, 61, 71 would be 211. I think I might have time for one more free reading here. Um, Whatever your problem or challenge may be, laugh at it. Laugh long and hard. Ha 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 ha. Because you are forever, and this thing is temporary. Love you, the universe. And it says, there ain't no pain or vice that you won't prevail over and be more for. So I like that. Good energy. Laugh at it. Go, "Pff, whatever. You know, I don't need to worry about this. I'm going to laugh and laugh it off instead of feed it and give it fear and give it energy. I'm going to laugh at it. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings. All right. So Olivier Vagara, you'll be my last free reading for now. I will circle back. I got some donations here. I'll get the list here updated too here in a sec, and I'll explain everything. So, Olivia, you want to ask energies for this last half of the month? All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know and the energies for this fortnight, the next 14 days? You got the Seven of Wands and the Nine of Swords. Yeah, we've got this courage, this challenge. The Seven of Wands is standing up, being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending your decisions. And it's like this Nine of Swords is letting go of expectations. There's almost like this, because it's talking about courage, and one of the famous things that's said is courage doesn't mean doing something and fear isn't present. Courage is fear being present and doing it anyway. And I kind of feel like this is the message that's coming in here, because I feel like there might be some fears to do something, to change something, to step out, to do something new, um, and to face whatever. And it's like, yeah, it could be scary, but do it anyway. And then you're going to see and you're going to release a lot of these fears, because you're going to realize, yeah, why was I scared? It's like jumping off of a high diving board. I remember doing that as a child, and it's like I was scared. I even these were the days where they didn't have like the stairs. These were the dangerous days where there was this long ladder that went up to it, and all the kids were lined up behind you on this ladder. And if I wanted to go down because I didn't want to, dive off, everyone would have to get off and I'd have to go down. And so out of embarrassment, I jumped off and I was scared to death. And then after the first time, it was fun. And then it was running, and then it wasn't scary anymore. So once we step forward, it's not as scary. So I feel like that's what they have for you. And your note from the universe says, the speed with which any dream may be realized is always a function of how small the miracles have to be in order to not freak out the dreamer. There's the scares, right? The universe. And then it says, it's odd though, given that there are only miracles, that some are more accepted than others. Huh. So it's everything is a miracle, but we don't see it as it. Some are considered miracles, other things are considered normal, but everything's a miracle. So why can't a miracle happen for you? I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, Olivier. Many blessings to you. All right. So thank you guys for your patience so much. I do like to do 30 minutes of free readings if after 2.5 hours of doing donations, if I didn't get to any free readings. So now I'm going to do some shout outs for whoever's come in during that time, update my list. I'll tell you where we're at on donations, and then I'll finish out donations. And then once those are done, I'll return back to free readings and complete those out as well. So boom, boom, boom. Let me take a sip here first. All right. So let's update from the bottom up here. We got Mia. Hey, Mia. a general reading for you. We'll get you on the free list here. And Kita, nope, have not completed your free reading yet. And then we've got Ashvin in the house. Ashvin Ray, thank you so much for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list up here. All right. And then Sean G, I see your free croissant. We'll get you added onto the list here. And then we got Gabriella. Hey, Gabriella. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list up here. All right. And then Maria P. I don't think, I think I already got you. Yeah, I got you on the list already here. So we already got you. Yes, I think that's it there. I did get, let's see, a second donation. Oh, that's from you. Well, there you go. So thank you for your additional donation. We'll add you. I think those, let me take timestamps here. Yeah, so that did come in there. So we've got number 1 and number 2. And then these. All right. I think I am all updated. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Christina. All right. So for donations, I got Maria P times 2, and then Gabriella, and then Ashvin Ray. So that's where I'm at in donations. If I don't have any others, then I'll jump back where I'm at for the free readings. Up next would be Kat Mia. Then we've got a Starseed, Asho, Amber DeWitt, and then Ankita, and then Little Star Seed Angel. I think my font's too small. Then Sudeshni, Fairy Tale Nihal, Happy, Maria P, Shanji, and then Mia is where we're at on those. So boom, boom, boom. Let me see. For some reason, I missed the @ sign on this one. There we go. All right. So that's where we're going. Let me take one more sip. Getting parched. Oh, wait, who is this one? Hold on. There might be 3 here. Did I miss one? Did you send me 3 here, Maria? I think, let me see here. Okay, so that was Marissa. We did that one. Yeah, so we've got 1, deuce. Right? Yeah, and then 3. All right, so there is 3. Oh, this other one just came in, that's why. I get it. Okay. So sorry. I am caught up now. So we got Maria P times 2, and then Gabriella, and then Ashvin, and then back to Maria P for number 3. I get you. All right. So let's dive in. Thank you guys again so much for the thumbs up and for your patience and getting to your readings. It really, I'm so grateful. All right. So Maria, for your first one, we got 31747. That's your first. Whoops, come on. There we go. So here's your first donation. And let's go to your first PayPal here. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Thoughts and feelings. After you sending all the pics of places you go and buy, what were his thoughts and feelings? And then updates on the dark side, what's happening over there. That's all one. Has to talk to Dragon about leaving. What's coming towards you next week? And will your sick granddad be okay? All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings today. Thoughts are all about the Page of Cups and about happiness here. So, and actually I feel like that's more the feelings, because we've got the 9 of Wands, which has to do with thoughts, and I feel like their thoughts were what's blocking, what do I need to be done. They're just in their head, they're kind of seeing what are the obstacles that are standing between the two of you and moving forward and, that kind of thing. So they really were about what's holding me back, kind of reflection energy, what's keeping me from moving forward, what can I look at, what can we, um, what do I need to do kind of energy. So it's on their mind with all that. After were sending all the pics of the places you go by, his thoughts were, yeah, we got movement and power of choice energy coming in here. The mind was, um, I just feel like got him into seeing what you choose and what you like and don't like. I feel like they were really making note of things in their mind about what you like and how you like things, and um, it was kind of like taking notes, kind of energy. Their emotions, King of Cups, yeah, very balanced emotions between the head and the heart, very calm energies. Doesn't feel like there's anything too, um, you know, extreme about it. They're just very understanding of, "Oh, okay." They kind of, it feels like they were taking it all as information, which makes sense because they get into their head, a lot. Um, the dark side, what's happening over there? Yeah, we got the 10 of Pentacles. We got that before with that 10 of Pentacles. This is about security, and it is the relationship, and it's not about them together. This is about what to do with property, and there's always that I'm trying to find, in relation to all that, how can I make sure that everyone is left whole, but that I have enough too, right? That's that kind of energy that's coming in with that. And I feel like that's important. Um, he has to talk to the dragon about leaving the devil card. Ooh, yeah. It's Capricorn energy, Saturn. It's about the work, and it's about a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. There's a lot of fear there. There's a lot of stuff. So, I mean, he definitely has to, but there's a lot of fear and shadow energy that they're just like, that's like they know that once they do that, that it just starts the dragon burning everything, with their fire. Then it just starts. The drama starts, and then it won't end. It won't end and for a long time, because they'll, you know, start talking to his parents and his friends and all this, and causing all this drama and all that, and that's why he's just like, "I gotta make sure that everything is set, because once it starts, it's like the zombie apocalypse." So, yeah, so that's what's coming in there. What's coming towards you next week? You got the Emperor. You get to decide. Got decisions to make. The Emperor is about, you know, clearing out everyone's thoughts and beliefs and figuring out what is it that I want from my heart, putting a plan and putting action together. And it's like, you know, I like it's simple, but it's important, because they're saying whatever happens next week is what you've been choosing. And whatever happens, whatever's happening tomorrow is based on decisions I've made today and in the past. So I control my future by what my power of choice is. What stories am I creating? What emotions am I investing in? What energy am I putting out there? What physical things am I doing? That's what's creating my future. You're not on an out of control drama train, or you're in a taxi being driven somewhere and you don't know where. You're the one that's telling the taxi driver where to take you. So that's important for you to know. And then, will your sick granddad be okay? Of course, disclaimer in the description box of the video. I'm not a licensed medical professional. Tarot's for fun, for entertainment purposes. Always seek medical, professionals and other professionals in making decisions. I accept no responsibility for anyone's decisions. So, will your sick granddad be okay? Oh, yeah, it looks good. You got the 10 of cups, joy, celebration, happiness, and the full card is a beginning of a new adventure, starting over with the 0 card here. So, um, it feels like that there's a recovery that comes in here because I don't feel like this is a new start with death, "I start all over. Bye, everybody. I'm done with this one. I wanna have a new one." I feel like it's, this bout of whatever's going on, um, they do get better for a while. We all eventually die, but I feel like this is okay for a while based on current energies. Alright. So let's see what your fortune cookie are here. You got the angel number, which is 333. Yep, which is a beautiful support energy, it says. And it says, seeing the angel number 333 is a sign that it's time to focus inward, work on your skills, discover your talents, and use your imagination. Unleash your inner artist. Doing so will boost your self esteem and sense of competence. It does wonders for your sense of purpose and contributes to your community. Ooh, focusing on you, expressing you. And then your note from the universe says, actually, everyone is reasonable, even the dragon. They just have their own reasons. And usually it's worth trying to learn what they are. So what are their reasons? Usually it's worth trying to learn what they are to maximize chances of a full-blown 60s style psychedelic love fest, which is always a good thing. Groovy you, the universe. And it says, my reasons today are fun, laughter, and the fifth dimension. Yours? What are your reasons for living, right? So that's for your first one there, Maria. Thank you for that. And then, oops, so what I wanted to do, back. There we go. So for number 2, you're at 32630. There we go. And let's step out of this one. Just scroll, and go into your second one here. All right. So I want to know Wally's thoughts towards you when you talk about your babies. All right. And then when will we all hang out with kiddos and him? And I got these other when cards. Let me pull that here. Oh, none of those. Okay, got 2 there. And then a message from Wally to you. When your kids send him a message through your cell saying thank you, what does he feel or what is his reaction? What's coming for us next week? It's just this one and then work for you. All right. So when you talk about your babies, Queen of Wands, and he sees how passionate you are, also how protective you are. There is this fire energy, mama bear energy comes out. But I like this action energy, this fiery energy. You really glow, he feels, when you talk about your babies. When will you guys hang out? Wow. I like it. Within 2 weeks and a long time. So, it feels like here within 2 weeks, and it's not just a quick, get together, it's a long time that you guys spend together. So I like that. A message from Wally to you. You got the 4 of Wands. I feel like he would tell you this that, yeah, 4 of Wands is the marriage card. Someday I could see us married, is what he would say, you know. But of course, he knows better because then what does that immediately do? When? 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 So he knows better to go like, we talk about that, right? You don't tell a kid you're going to Disneyland next summer, not this summer, but, like, 2027, because what are they gonna do to you every day and every week? "When are we going? What about this? What about that?" Questions, questions, questions. When? When? Well, you know? So that's why they don't talk about that. That's funny. And when your kids send messages saying thank you, the hermit, you know, I feel like this is that energy of where he wants to have his own space. He wants to be, you know, away from his current situation and have his own space so that, you know, I just feel like it encourages him to want to be able to be away from where he's at so that he can be more involved, you know, and um, but again, there's that I need to have it protected, um, because he doesn't want your children involved in any drama, right? And he knows the dragon doesn't want them burnt by the dragon. So he's very protective of that. And that's I feel like why one of the reasons why he kind of holds back a little bit too. What's coming for you guys next week? You got Leo energy. It's wonderful courage, really movement, fire, passionate energy here. Feels the strength is building between the two of you too. And by that I mean like I feel like, you know, it's us against the world energy, you know, that I'm here with you, you know. I'm here um to support you and I know you're here to support me. It's that belief and I feel like there's something that solidifies with it next week. Work for you. Yep, you got the 8 of Pentacles. 8 of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you get the reward. The Ace of Swords, it feels like there's communication around some of a reward for the job that you're doing. I feel like it's long overdue. Why does it keep getting boosted further away? Because it feels like you've been getting that message for a while. But of course, when we focus in on want and need and fears, we push it away. So are you focusing on gratitude for what you do make and what um, rewards you've gotten at work? If not, I would do that today, especially with this new moon energy coming up. If you haven't checked out the Making the Most of New Moon Wishes, be sure to check that out. In fact, I've been talking about it a lot because it's coming up here in a couple days. Here's the link to it if anyone wants to check that out. Helps you make your new moon wishes, the new moon um, intentions, how we can make them the most powerful, right? Your yeah, your fortune cookie for your angel number is 1717. Drama alert says take a few deep breaths and focus inward. You need time to think things over and consider your options. At this time, you must rely solely on yourself. You might not believe it, but you're heading in the right direction. What appears to be a lull in activity is just a natural part of the process. I like that. And then your note from the universe is always it's the one with a certain and definite dream who boldly steps into the uncertain and indefinite, who goes the farthest and throws the best after parties. Toga, 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 the universe says once again, taking action saves the day. So I like this. Boldly stepping forward into what you're wanting, right? So that's what they have for those for you, Maria. We'll circle back around for number 3 here in a moment. Up next, we've got Gabriel and then Ashvin, and then we'll circle back to you. All right, let me take a quick sip here. All right. So, Gabriel, you're up 33322. Look at those repeating numbers. Perfect. There you go. And thank you so much. Let's give your donation a love and a like. Appreciate that. And so you're making, am I making a good judgment with Mario? Maro? Or is he the worst and I have to take him out of my life? All right, let's take a look here. Um, because spirit doesn't have like an opinion on what we should do or shouldn't do, you know, kind of energies. They look at you know, showing you the energy. And so what I'll do is I'll give you energy on what's the energy of you, the current choice that you're making on keeping him in your life, and then what would the energy be like if you took him out of your life, and then you can decide which resonates with more of what you're wanting. It's like asking, the creator showed me, it's like, asking them, "What ice cream should I eat?" Which would I have some ice cream in my fridge. I might have that tonight. Speaking of ice cream, um, but there's, asking them, "What flavor should I have?" And they're like, "Well, what flavor are you in the mood for?" They're not gonna go, "You should have this." They're gonna go, "What kind of flavor?" "Well, I want something with caramel and maybe some nuts in it, maybe a little some chocolate, not all chocolate, but some chocolate." They're like, "Oh, well, this one would be good or this one." And which one, here's a little, how sometimes that here in United States, they have Baskin Robbins where 50 flavors or whatever, and they'll have these little wooden spoons. They'll go dip it and go, "Here, try that," and dip it and try that. And you're like, "Oh, I like that. Oh, but I really want," okay, that's the one I want. That's kind of what they'll do here with the energy. So, all of that to talk about ice cream for choice. So let's take a look here. If you, based on the choice that you've made right now, keeping him in your life, what is the energy of that? What will you experience? All right, all of that. All right. And then if you choose to take him, take him out of your life, not take his life away, but take him out of your life, let's be clear what energy comes in there, right? So let's take a look. What is unfolding here for if you keep going with what you decided? You do have the Four of Cups. It does feel here with the Four of Cups. See how she's bored with the Three Cups and that you're really wanting something more? Kind of emotional stagnancy kinda comes in where it's kind of the same, getting the same emotions, like nothing's doesn't feel like it'll change a lot here. Got the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest moving knight out of them all, which means slow movement, slow change, if any, that happens, um, that comes in here. We have the Eight of Swords, which I feel like you're learning a lot here about the thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And that's a lot of what you're learning through this situation here. Um, I feel like the change that you will experience is more of your internal, more understanding of where you're coming from. Meaning, if you have any beliefs about supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, and you're feeling a great amount of disappointment, that if you let those expectations go, it'll prepare you for something else, maybe a higher relationship with them. But I feel like I don't know, was there, with this Knight of Wands, was there some sort of passionate activity outside of the relationship? Just feels like they're kind of like a little, aroused chihuahua that goes around humping people's legs, it just feels like they've got a lot of passion, a lot of drive, and I feel like what you're looking for is, Page of Pentacles, something higher, uh, a higher love with the Page of Cups and a higher experience and feelings of, like, someone who honors your worth, um here as well. I just feel like you're hoping things will change, but I feel like the only person that would change in this situation is you. Let's see what happens here. If you do choose to kind of step them out of your life, what do you have with that energy? Sorry, you got Nine of Cups. Emotional dreams come true. Do I need more cards? Got the King of Cups. You got someone who is so compatible, which is it's someone that can communicate their emotions, but it's not so emotional that they're emotionally unstable. You know, they're the King of Cups rolls over the cup suit with the Queen, but behind the scenes, they have swords, air, mental energy, which means they can balance their head and their heart. They can, like I said, communicate. They're intelligent, but not so smart, so much in their head they don't know what an emotion is. It's a wonderful balance. It's like one of the cards of compatibility, someone who fits you like a glove. And then you have, the Hermit. There will be a little bit of time of being alone, but it'll be worth it because you will end up, you would find this person who feels like a dream come true and so compatible for you. Yeah, and then you got the other dream come true card, the Star card, which is a mental dream come true because it's air sign Aquarius energy. You got mental and emotional dream come true energy. If you end it, you do find new love with the Ace of Cups. Crazy. The Knight of Swords. You learn a lot, you glean a lot of information. So, like the Eight of Swords, you'd learn a lot through the hard way if you kind of stay. Um, but you would still learn. But I feel like you'd learn in your being alone, the hermit for a little bit. You would reflect on what this relationship with Maro, um, what you learned about yourself through it, and then, yeah, in the devil card, you'd still let go of a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. So I feel like you'd have a little bit of time where you do independent study, learning about what are my expectations and why did I feel the way I did and what gift was there in this relationship, what did I want it to show me that I could release. So I feel like, I mean, it's up to you if with your energies there, but holy cow, if you do, remove them out of your life, it's almost like there's this in, I think it's Mel Robbins' book, The Let Them Theory. It's an amazing book, and there's something that she says in there is, I think it was her that said it, the longer you stay with someone who isn't matching your energy and matching what you're wanting in life, the longer you're delaying finding someone who will. Just saying. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. So for the first one, you got 2002, the void. So there's this mirroring energy with 20 and then 02. But it says you have more control over your life than you realize. Learn and execute what interests you. Turn things around. It gets better with time. There are plenty of friends to make. So chill out, have fun, and open up. Go outside. And let's see what the note from the universe brings in here for you as well. Well, so it says go outside, get outside, and then you got get out, get out, get out even more. It says because there are people you've yet to meet, laughs you've yet to share, stories you've yet to live, and riches you've yet to tap that will not find you under any other circumstances. See you there, the universe. It says, besides, how else can I shower you with surprises? So I feel like this is the universe saying, get out of that relationship, get out. Got people to meet. All right. So that's what they have for you, Gabriel. Take that as you will. All right. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Ashvin Ray, you are up 343.20. There you are. We'll give that a love and a like there. So thank you so much for that. And you said yesterday you have met Namrat through matrimonial app for marriage. What are her current thought about you, and will things go forward with her or not? All right, let's take a look here. Hey, Angelina, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right, so let's take a look here, Ashvin. So What are her current thoughts about you? So we'll look at the thinking here. Boom, boom, boom. And then you wanted to know, will you go forward with her or not? So this is based on current energies, of course. So we'll see what's unfolding here. All right. I need to stand up here for a sec. That's why, because I've almost been sitting for 4 hours. I didn't get up and walk around at it a couple hours. So maybe after Maria's last one here, I will take a quick break. I think I need some more water anyway, just to get circulation going through my buttocks. All right. So you didn't need to know that, Ashvin, but there you go. You do have the full card on the bottom of the deck, which is this is about a new adventure, possibilities that are here. So it feels so far so good here with that. Of course, we'll get clarity through these other, but the underlying energy feels like this new adventure, kind of letting go of expectations and enjoy the process is important for you. Let's see what her current thoughts are of you. Got the Eight of Wands and the Six of Cups. So, Eight of Wands energy is there's an attraction energy there with the Eight of Wands. And the Six of Cups is a bit of childhood energy and familiarity. So, there is a little bit of um, reminding them of someone from their past that they really were attracted to. So I feel like, those two cards look very positive that there is this attraction energy. They're like, wow, you remind me of so and so. I love this about you and this about you and this about you kind of energy, right? And then we have here, okay. So there's the Queen of Wands. So again, there's this very intuitive energy here, but she rolls over fire, and whatever she puts her mind to, she's very driven, right? And I like this because you got the Lovers card and the Three of Wands, and this feels like um, they definitely see you as a possibility here with the Lovers card. I mean, obvious, right? Three of Wands is an interesting energy because it is with additional information, it's like there's a different path in which you guys go about things, but it doesn't feel like it's like they're like, "Oh, take an off ramp. Bye." It feels like they want things to progress just differently than you expect. So just keep that in mind, right? That it doesn't have to be my way. It doesn't have to be their way either. We can find a joint way to do things, right? So being open-minded is helpful, of course, in any situation, but I feel like it's important here. And then do things move forward with her or not? You got the King of Wands, so it's interesting that we have the divine counterparts here. She's the Queen of Wands, you're the King of Wands. Feel like it's gonna be up to you whether you guys move forward or not. We got the Knight of Pentacles. It does move forward a little slowly with the Knight of Pentacles. It does show progress, but it's slow. And underneath it, yeah, we got the Chariot. There is victory, there is movement. Um, so it definitely feels here. The King of Wands is like, they're the ones that decide, what do I want? I put a plan together and I make it happen. So I feel like there is this wonderful King and Queen of Wands. I feel like that is like this divine match energy that's there. So it feels very positive based on current energies. Just be aware, allow it to take the timing that it needs. The what of what you want and the why of you want to make sure you understand what you want and why you want it, and then let the universe handle the how and the when, right? So, I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookies come in here. You got your angel number first. Got 1313. You got starting fresh. That would be that full card too, right? Which says step out of your comfort zone. You're about to create something meaningful. All your skills and talents will bring you auspicious profits. Build up your confidence and trust in your decisions. Ooh. And then the message, your note from the universe is this one. Okay. And you've got, it's not the unseen that's fiction, but the seen. And you know how fiction goes. You get to make stuff up. Tally ho, the universe. It says, which incidentally you do rather well. And I like that this is saying that you are the one that creates the story of what you think you're seeing. So whatever's happening in the outside world just is until it gets in here, and then we create the story about what that means and blah, blah, blah. So just remember, you're the one that's creating your stories, and if you don't like the way a story's going, you can change your perspective on it. So I like that for you. Right. So that's what they got for you, Ashvin. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then Maria P, you are up for number 3. So thank you for your multiple donations. Here is your timestamp. Let's get into that one on Z PayPal over here. Let me take one more drink here. All right. Shuffle up here and do one more. All right. So your grand aunt always wanted to tell your mom something, and she never got the chance to tell her. What is it? Oh, secrets, secrets. All right. Let's see what they'll let us know about that. How soon will she recover? All right, let's do a when card here from the when deck. Okay. um Wally's thoughts when you tell him that you love him. Anything you should know about work for you? New office? Question. All right, let's take a look. So, what is the secret? What does she always want to tell her here? Interesting. Because we've got the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and the Hierophant here too. So there is something that it's something about your mom's mom, because your grand aunt is your mom's aunt, right? So, so she wanted to tell her something about her sister, meaning, your mom's mom, right? So she wanted to tell her something about her mom, and it had to do with the Hierophant. It's the teacher, the stepping stones, and it had to do something about, oh, I don't know. I feel like we're okay to talk about this. They wouldn't be telling me otherwise. They'd be like, "We don't know, we can't tell you." How do they say it? It's on a need to know basis, and you don't need to know. But it has something to do with, uh, who her father was. Because there's this change, and there's this stepping stone energy, and there's, like, I feel like, um, her mom was with someone else and got pregnant, but then that person was a stepping stone. They left when they find out she was pregnant, but then the father, I mean, her husband, the one that married her, um, knew as well. So it's interesting that it could be something around that kind of energy, that the father of her child wasn't the the who she thought it was. that's I feel like what she wanted to tell her. But, that's what's coming in with the cards, so take it as you will there. Um, how soon will she recover? Wow, I like this. How specific. In March at midnight. So I like that. March isn't too far away. A couple weeks, right? But it can be anywhere between there and maybe at the last hour, like late. That's why I feel like at midnight, that's like at the very end of March, kind of energy that's coming in. Wally's thoughts when you tell him that you love him. Six of Swords. And it's funny with the creator with the no card here. I feel like they find it hard to believe, is the kind of energy that comes in when you tell them they love you. It's difficult because they're trying to change their mindsets because I don't feel like they've really been told that they're loved a lot growing up, and that's something they're trying to overcome. And because it's like they find it hard to believe. Not that you're lying. That's not what it means. They're just like, wow, you do? I'm just it's hard for me, because I've heard people say it before and they didn't mean it, but I feel like you do. And it's an adjustment for them. I love that. Anything you should know about work for yourself? Ace of Swords, right? New communication coming this week. Anything about a new office? Yeah, you got the work. You got the devil Capricorn work energy. I do. Didn't we get a message on that for you? Because you got the Four of Pentacles or something in a previous reading around work, didn't we? That there could be news about a new office opening or um, a new position. Because I felt like you were going to be moving offices or locations. It could even just be desks or offices, but I do feel like there is a change that's coming regarding work. Positive though, it's not a negative thing. I feel like it's more opportunity energy that comes in with that. Your fortune cookie got 1515, the big break that says an opportunity, help, extra cash, or other support is coming your way. Well, there you go. What did I say? So keep going and have fun when performing your tasks. The most tremendous success comes from passion. All efforts will be rewarded big time. That's what we've been saying, right? And this is the 15th. All right. Let's see what your note from the universe is. The main thing those who've passed would like to tell those who've not passed is that once you get over the shock of having safely arrived, completely intact, cool as ever, and bathed in love, what you'll miss most about Earth after ice cream is the beguiling romance of uncertainty. Oh, yes, you will. You really do have it made, the universe. Wow. I love it. Beautiful messages there. So that's what they have for you, Maria. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Very grateful. All right. So I think that is it for my donations. Oop, let me back out of your PayPal here. Make sure. Let me just switch screens. Okay, nope, that's it there. Okay. And let me check the chat here. Did I miss anyone? We got Mia. We got you on there. And Angelina said hello. If you posted a question, Angelina, YouTube hit it for me. I don't see one. So if you put one, put it out there. We got Brenda Globy too. Hey, Brenda. I got you. We'll put you on the list here. All right. So where we're at on free readings, this is where I'll be going to next is Kat Mia, and then a Star Seed, and then Amber DeWitt, and then Ankita Moore, and then Little Starseed Angel, then Sudeshni, Fairy Tale Nihal, Happy, Maria P, Sean G, Mia, and then Brenda Globy is where I'm at right now. But I haven't got out of this chair in 4 hours, so I'm going to go get me some more coffee real quick, run to little boy's room while it's drooping and creating the coffee. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, maybe even sooner, but we'll see. Maybe 3 minutes. But I shall return and I'll finish out the free reading. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for the thumbs up too. I shall return. All right. I am back. Thank you so guys so much. Much better. Let me take a sip of my coffee here. Cheers, everyone. This little water in the way. All right. So, back to free readings. Let me get these all set up and we'll dive in. And if you guys haven't checked out, we're, of course, having a new moon coming up here. I'll share the links to the Getting the Most Out of the New Moon Energy link here when I finish the readings. And then I also have a drawing for a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges on the new moon, because I do it every new moon and full moon. So be sure to check out the description area of the video. It's down there. I will post it at the end as well. But if you want to look at it in the meantime, check it. All right. All right. So we are set. So Kat Mia, you are up 403 15. All right. So we've got here. Is OS the type I should work for KHV? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, of course, if that's anything medical or anything, disclaimer, of course, tarot is for fun and for entertainment purposes only. So you get to make your own decisions. You got the Ace of Swords and the Magician. I don't feel so. You got the Ace of Swords, which is new information, and you got the Magician, Again, both aces, both one energy, which means there's something newer, something else that brings in the power, that brings in the change and the actions kind of energy with that. So I don't feel like that is it. I feel like there's something else. And it's something new, something brand new to you. Like I don't feel like you're even aware of it. With this ace, it's all brand new. The magician card being the number one, all brand new. So I don't feel like that um is gonna bring you what you're looking for there. Let's see what your fortune cookies bring you as well here. Whoops, I'm not doing these for free readings, but these, your note from the universe. Let's see what it brings you here. I was all in donation mode. It says, people who give are given to. People who care are cared for. And people who love, they age slower, run faster, jump higher, eat healthier, tend to live in cottages, are so happy with friends as they are alone, climb more trees, skip when they could walk, kiss when they could talk, take the odd Friday off, experience faster manifestations, and are really popular with animals. Love, baby, the universe. Love is the answer, right, to every question. So hopefully that helps, Katmia. That's what they have for you. Many blessings, right? Then we got a star seed up, Ashul, I believe. You got 4:05:45. Look at your timestamp. My goodness, all those numbers of fours and fives. So, what is the truth that you're currently avoiding or not seeing things clearly? All right, let's take a look here. Spirit guidance. What do they feel that you could use some clarity on? Looks like I get 3 cards. Let's see what these are about. Yeah, I mean, definitely, because we've got the Hermit card, which is spirit is guiding you to see things from a higher perspective. You got the Judgment card too, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, but it's a calling, and the Six of Swords. I I feel like they're saying here, it's not it's not that you're avoiding something. I don't feel like you're avoiding it. And the not seeing things clearly with the Six of Swords and this other energy, it's like with this boat and you're going from choppy waters to calmer waters. You are gaining clarity, and I feel like they're saying kind of be gentle with yourself and enjoy the process of going from the choppy waters to the calmer waters, enjoy this process of learning and growing. Because it feels here like they're wanting you to they keep on saying, be gentle with yourself. Be gentle with yourself. That's the message. Be gentle with yourself. And that there's not this judgment. There's not this time that they're like, oh my God, you're behind, or they don't have these expectations that the human does, right? This judgment word came out. Don't judge yourself so harshly. Be gentle with yourself. That you're on an adventure. You're not on a work farm where there's work that has to be done and you better get it done, or there's punishment, or there's disappointment, or whatever. They are where we have eternity. Take your time. Enjoy the process. Enjoy the adventure. We're guiding you with the Hermit card and the Judgment card. Your higher self and your spiritual posse in the universe. We're guiding you. Um, and we'll let you know if you're gonna, make a decision that you're gonna end up dead. We'll keep you, safe, but the rest of it's all adventure. And there's no wrong choice, there's no right choice, there's just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences, and, I feel like they're saying that you're on this journey and you are making the steps and you're going in this direction. Just continue to do what you're doing, but take the pressure off. Let the expectations go of who you think you're supposed to be, because really you're perfect already in their eyes. You're just burning away the things that aren't you in this life that you added on when you were growing up. You know, you added stuff onto you. And you're like, this stuff isn't me. I'm taking this off. And you're beginning to see yourself more clearly of who you truly are. But you're not behind. You're not um, failing. You know, there is no failure. There is no behind. There's no behind. There just is. It's an adventure. And I feel like that's what they have for you there. Let's see what your note from the universe brings in here too. There we go. If you're at least visualizing enough to wonder whether or not you're doing it right, you're doing it right, and you're way ahead of the game. I love it. Yeehaw, the universe. And it says, and if you aren't visualizing, that's perfectly all right. Lots of people still succeed the hard way. So I like it. Basically, we're saying what we were saying, right? So that's what they have for you, Anshul. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Irene, good to see you. Many blessings. We'll add you to the free list here. Any messages for you? All right. I think there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9 people ahead of you here. All right. And then we have Amber. You're up. Amber DeWitt. So 4, 10, 52. It's your timestamp, Amber. And you want to get a general read on your relationship. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know about your relationship right now? Right? These two, this one. So these two are together. You got the Creator, the No card, and the Emperor. And then you also have the King of Swords. Wow. So see if I can do this. So, of course, the Creator energy, this is like there's 2 cards special to this deck, and the No card is the power of no, that you get to say no to the things that you don't wanna do, you know? We don't have to say it. Let's see where we're at with my no button. We got a little no button. No! We don't have to say it that way, or no! It escalates and then it resets. But we don't have to say it that way. We can say no in a loving way. And no is a complete sentence sometimes, but in a partnership, we would appreciate to understand why someone's saying no. At least like a no, I really don't have the energy for that, today. Can we revisit it later? It's in love that we can say no. The Emperor is that you get to decide. This is Aries energy, that you get out of your head of the supposed to be's, the should be's, the need to be's, the have to be's. It's like an emperor who has a whole throne room, full of people, self-appointed advisors telling him the supposed to, the should, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, thank you, everyone. I'm the emperor. I'm going to make some decisions for my empire. Thank you for your opinion and your information. Leave it in the box on your way out the door. I'm closing out the throne room. I'm going to have some silence. I'm going to sit. I'm going to decide what I want. I'm going to put a plan together, and then I'm going to take action behind it. And I like this because I get to decide for my life. Your partner, your relationship, they get to make decisions for their life. And when we love someone and we want to be in a relationship with each other, we do consult one another going, hey, emperor, hey, empress, or emperor, emperor, empress, empress, whatever it is. And we're like, what, what, um, what are your desires and plans? And then, well, these are my desires and plans. How can we coordinate some of these things that overlap so that we can both enjoy what we're wanting in life, right? So there is that But it is like I'm not at the whim of someone else. I get to decide what I want in life, and I get to find out and get curious about what they want, and then we decide. I then decide what I want to do with that information. You also have the King of Swords coming in, who's the master storyteller, which the Ace of Swords, they grant it to you, and it's your gift, emphasizing your ability to change your stories. Anything that happens in the outside world, whatever someone does or doesn't do, whatever happens out here is meaningless until it gets in here, and then I create a story about what that means. Usually what it means about me, right? That's usually what we do. We're concerned about what does that action or non-action, that word or that silence, what does that mean about my worth and their love towards me, and all of that, kind of information. But we get to change the story. We get to change it to be something that is more in alignment with what I want to believe, not what I've been told it's supposed to be. Kind of like that emperor, right? There's a lot of people with opinion on, well, that means this, and I'm like, well, that's good to know that that's your opinion, but I get to decide what it means for me, no one else. So I like that. Sorry, my little um, pad here was the power was getting low. So that is kind of a message for you. And plug back in the power. This will help plug back in the power for the relationship, because there is something about the King of Swords too that is letting go of expectations, that I get to see things from a different perspective, um, from a place of love and gratitude, and instead of from supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, small t truths rooted in fears, fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of whatever. It's like, yeah, when I focus in on expectations, I'm focusing in on what's not happening. When I do that, I get more of not happening. When I focus my energy on what I'm grateful for in someone, in the relationship, and even who I'm in the relationship, that grows and there's more of that. And so we take control of the story of what we're doing. So I like that for you. And let's see what your note from the universe. What did they say here for you here? Nope, they didn't want any of those. There it is. And so you got, next time we create a little blue and green planet spinning in space and fill it with angels in my likeness, I say we tell them early on that the game is rigged and they're going to win, because it is, and they are. All in favor, say aye. The universe says your whole life is proof. Wow. I love that for you. So many blessings to you. And that's what we have there. All right. So I did have a donation. I'm going to run to that. So Ankita, you had your original question, what's coming towards you in the near future? So it looks like you'll be up next here for the next free reading after I finish Ashvin here. So I will override your other free reading for that, is what I'm understanding. And that's what I just did. All right. So let me take a quick sip here. Ashvin, thank you so much for your additional donation. I'll jump to you here next. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, Ashvin, you got 41809 for your additional donation. Here are your timestamps. We'll give your donation a love and a like there. So thank you for that. You want to know, will they take things forward if you have to initiate, and is she interested after meeting you yesterday or not? All right, let's take a look here. So if you initiate, will she agree and take things forward based on current energies? And then, is she interested or not? after meeting you? It seemed like all those other cards we did before that, that there was, but let's get the details. Bottom of the deck, again, you had the King of Wands before, right? You got the Emperor, which is that same energy, that you're gonna be the one that gets to decide. That energy in itself is saying, like, they're like, um, "Oh, will she take things forward or I have to initiate?" Well, I guess that answers the question as you're typing it, right? That you're the one that gets to initiate it, you know? That you're the one that, 'cause I feel like they feel like that's the thing that you're supposed to do, like, um, I say, you ask me and I say yes, and then, I feel like that's kinda where they're at in their thinking, but let's take a look here. We'll get these other 2 cards were for that, and we got that. So, we got the 7 of Pentacles. Like, if you left it up to her, it would take more time for her to act on it. Underneath the surface, we have the 8 of Cups, energy here, which I feel like if you didn't initiate it, that she would end up just waiting and waiting, and she would walk away from it. Because I feel like it's important for her that you initiate things, with that. Is she interested after meeting you? Yeah, we got the Queen of Cups. So there's this emotional energy that's there. She's the ruler over emotion. And the Six of Swords, I feel like there is interest. She still wants to, um, because I feel like that intuition of the Queen of Cups that she has this gut instinct of I like you, I'm drawn to you. And the Six of Swords is I want to get to know you a little more. I want a little more detail, you know. Um, because it is an important energy, right? It is a intention of forever. But I feel like the Six of Swords is a movement. It's a movement of mindset. It is a positive energy. It is a movement forward energy. So I feel like she would be interested. And I feel like she just wants to um I don't know if you guys are like through the process that you're going, if you're able to, talk more. I feel like she would like to know more for sure. But I feel like her gut instinct is, yeah, and with that other reading we did, it does feel like she's interested. Let's see what your fortune cookies bring in here too. You've got swift action. Oh 0808. You got to move it, right? I love it. Wealth, empathy, promises, commitment, affection, inner strength, auspicious outcomes. Looking good, Ashwin. Says you will enter a time of expansion, so begin taking steps toward achieving your ultimate objective immediately. Finances will miraculously improve. Oh, and somebody has their mind set on you. Shut up. Let me see if I can get it to focus because it says it down here. Let's see, I don't think it's going to focus, but it says, oh, there it goes. And somebody has their mind set on you. Well, that answers your question. Let's see what else here with notes from the universe. All right, here we go. Yeah, think of every single thing that you have to do to get through a day as things you get to do before your turn is over. Everything's a gift, the universe. You are my sunshine. I like that. So that's what they have for you, Ashvin. So many blessings to you. I like that message for you. All right. Then we got Guerrera means war. Hey, hello, hello. Good to see you. So I have another donation. We're going to jump over that. We got 423.36 for you, Guerrera. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Here's your timestamp. We'll give your donation a love and a like. You're right up next. Isn't that awesome? It's like the queue at a grocery store or whatever, you're like, "Next," and you're like, "Oh, perfect." So, hey, my friend, recently you struck up a friendship with a man who lives in Naples, Italy. I'm in platonic mode. What's his deal towards me? I love it. All right, let's take a look here. Let me take a quick sip here. See what's going on over there. All right. So what's the dealio with Antonio? No, I'm just kidding. Italy. That's the only thing where the only Italian name I could think of. All right, let's take a look here. So what's their dealio? Nope, none of that. I want this one here. All right. Anything else? His name is Carlo. Oh, that's all right. Carlo Antonio La Manica. All right. So let's see what their dealio, because you're in platonic mode. There's this 3, 2, 1 energy coming in here, which is like a countdown. I feel like they are trying in their life to, you know, get to somewhere. And they got the 9 of cups on the bottom of the deck, you know, which is, like the dream come true energy, right? What's his deal? Yeah, 3, 2, 1 blast off. And under that, the King of Cups, which is, trying to find a compatible partner. So they are, beneath the surface, they are, having their radar open to see if there's someone that's like this perfect, not perfect, but this very compatible dream come true kind of individual out there. Because I feel like they are wanting to be with someone, but let's see what their dealio is with you. That's their underlying energy. Um, yeah, we got the 3 of swords, the 7 of wands, the 3 of cups. Yeah, I feel like here, we've got the 7 of wands, which is, there is that being true to one's authentic self, not dimming one's light, not asking permission to shine, just being true to oneself. And we got the 3 of cups on one side, which is joy and celebration. The 3 of swords on the other side is a bit of fear of being heartbroken and being disappointed. Um, and so I feel like that's they're like, well, I can have fun, with someone, and or I can risk trying to be more and then ruin it. I feel like there's that kind of energy that's here. But the 7 of wands, I do feel like they really love that you are true to yourself and you're just like, here I am, take me or leave me. Boom. So I feel like they like that kind of energy. But I do feel like they're kind of like, "Well, we'll just see how this goes," right? The 2 cards here, we have the Queen of Cups. So, there definitely is that emotional energy and the creator energy of the power of no that's coming in here. Um, it almost is like they have this gut instinct with you that you would say no if they wanted something more, and so I feel like they're just keeping things on the fun 3 of Cups energy side, with this other one, because I feel like that's where they started off, that's kind of they were looking for someone and they're like, "Well, we'll see how this goes." They really like that, and but as this going from the 3 to the 2 is this energy of going, "I got this gut feeling here that if I was like, 'Hey, would you want more?'" You would say,
This is my last word. No!
I have to use the no button when I get a no card. It's required. Leading us to, yep, the Ace of Cups, which is a new love. So I feel like they're kind of realize that, yeah, you're not looking for someone. So they're kind of looking for new beginnings and you need to get that button. I know, right? You're the opinionated American ragazza. Yeah, so there's this, like there, well, maybe I'm looking for, new love somewhere else right now because they've got that feeling that's there. Let's see what these other ones are here too. Get the 5 of Wands, the Knight of Cups. Yeah, they still open though. I feel like they still have you as a possibility because the 5 of Wands is friends energy, 2 cool cats, or Knight of Cups, movement of romance. So there's still that on the back burner because 'cause we've got, like, 2 here and 2 here, and I feel like that's, like, there's this, energy that's there. Um, so that's interesting, that it's in the back burners, and they have that kinda back there. On the front burners, yeah, we've got the death card, new beginning, ending of old, new beginning, and the Ace of Wands, which is travel and, um, you know, a new beginning kind of energy, which is the death card. So I feel like on the front end is like, hey, maybe, yeah, music and politics when I'm picking them as slightly different vibes. Yeah, then that is in the included in there. And they would even do a little bit of, um if you wanted to travel kind of energy, if you wanted just a little bit of passion, but not a relationship. But I feel like there's this ending of I feel like they're kind of heading towards ending, thinking that that's gonna go anywhere romantically and, into that emotional dreams come true, that there could be something else here, you know, in the meantime. But I feel like, travel, you know, a new type of creating a new type of kinda relationship, 'cause I feel like they still have that on the back burner, even though they're like, "Well, we could be friends, but maybe there can be romance too." But, I feel like um, they don't it's I don't wanna say it like they don't give up easy, but I like they're, irritatingly, like, bugging, but I feel like they don't, they don't give up on things completely, um, as being, like, dead in the water because 'cause they're like, "Things change." Doesn't mean that I have a great hope that it will or I'm gonna push for it, but I'm picking up that you don't want that, so we'll see what else this can turn into kind of energy. So I kinda feel like that's where we're coming from. Let's see what your, um, angel number is here first. It's the devil! No, I'm just kidding. It means something different than what the Bible says. This is reflect. It is love, affection, compassion, kindness, attention, self-love. It says several unexpected developments will enter your life and impact how you feel. This is a chance to reevaluate your identity. You need a mental shift toward greater optimism, self-assurance, and trust. Put your faith in your gut and inner voice. Pay attention to your feelings and use them to help you become more of the person that you want to be. Let's see. You see him as a friend, and we bond over. Oh, I'm sorry. And I think I've been through so much heartbreak in the last few turns. At any time, someone is lukewarm and non-committal, it's an instant turn off. So I'm just basically baseline platonic with all dudes now. Yeah, isn't that how appropriate, right? And let's see what the note from the universe is here. And this is yours here. What else do they have here for you? Dare not wish to change even the slightest thing about a loved one without first understanding how it might change the rest of them. Keep your eye on the ball, the universe. He says, besides, if the big picture is rocking you, why make a fuss over a few splots? Splot is now a word, literally, as in now. Splots. That's funny. So hopefully that helps understand where they're coming from here, and that's their dealio. Um, so there you go. Don't know what else to say. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. I get you where you're coming from here. At some point too, you find your self-love. Like I found my self-love in my last relationship. I really discovered how much I love being to myself and alone, and found my self-love and found out that I'm the love that I've been looking for all my life. And then the cost benefit analysis of me to give up this feeling of freedom and this love, I'm like, it feels like it would just complicate things. It's been over a decade. I don't even know how long it's been. I know it's been over 10 years since I've been on any date or anything with anyone. And I'm like, I'm happy. Why screw it up? But I did a lot of my self-healing to get to that point, right? All right. Anyway, that's what they got for you, my dear. So many, many blessings to you. All right. Yes. All right. And then Ashvin, I see your free reading. We'll add you onto the list here. And it looks like Mia, I already have you on the list for a general reading from earlier. So I won't, I'll keep you on your place where you were earlier. You're only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, you're about 8 people away. Yeah. Stay blessed. To you too. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, I like that. Much more attuned towards working on yourself and spirit. Yeah. It could be the energy that the planet's going through too, very much inward and upward, right? All right. Think I've got everyone on the list. And I think that was all the donations. So we'll return back to the free readings. Take another sip here. So up next we have Ankita Moore. Ankita, here is your free reading. Here is your time stamp. And you know what's coming towards you just because sometimes because sometimes they deleted your message. All right, let's take a look here. I don't think I did one earlier. No, you did donations earlier, right? So thank you for your donation. So let's see here. What's coming towards you? And I don't think I saw your other one, so good thing you did that. Sometimes they do delete them. That's weird. We got the 8 of Pentacles and the 4 of Pentacles. So there's this transformative energy that, you're going through here with the 8 of Pentacles. It's like, a butterfly, like a caterpillar going through cocoon to become a butterfly. And with this 4 of Pentacles, this is an energy here of like, your worth and your sense of your worth and where you're putting your worth. It's like you're going through this identity change in a positive way. It's like you're letting go of the stuff that doesn't serve you anymore because you're shedding caterpillar beliefs because you're a butterfly. You're turning into a butterfly and you're not going to want the same things as you wanted before, which caterpillars want to eat leaves. As a butterfly, you're going to have this craving to go after nectar and blossoms, not eat the green leaves. You're going to go and spend time among the beautiful flowers, and you're not going to crawl along the floor or up on trees. You're going to flutter. You're going to be able to migrate thousands of miles. So there's this change. I feel like that's coming in here where you're really seeing yourself differently. You're seeing how empowered you are. You're seeing how much you've changed and that your desires aren't the way they were before, and that your destination has changed because you realize your abilities have changed. Because a caterpillar, like, I want to migrate 1,000 miles. The caterpillar is like, not in 100 lifetimes as a caterpillar. You know how long it takes me to go a foot? You know, like, but a butterfly, they can, migrate 1,000 miles, and They can go over raging rivers and go, "Oh, look what I just passed over." Little caterpillar can't go beyond a little river without drowning, I mean, a little stream without drowning. And so it's like you're stepping into a new power that's coming in here. And I feel like that's what they want you to know is that you've been changing and now your awareness of how much you've changed and how much your desires have changed in life. It's like you got used to thinking a certain way and now you still kind of some things are on autopilot, but those things you're going to start to go, wait a minute, is that really what I want anymore? No, I want this. So I feel like you're going to be spawning some changes in your life as far as your destination. So that's what they have. And your fortune cookie says, you need not set out to create a masterpiece. You are one. Bask, like bask in the sun, bask in who you are, the universe. And he adds, your mere presence in the world has changed everything while having very little do with that whole warming business. Yeah, that global warming. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Ankita. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Little Star Angel. You are up. What is that? 44004. Look at all those fours and zeros. I like it. So you want to know what's next in your relationship with AM and his current feelings, right? Based on current energies. This is what is next. And this is their current feelings. So what's next with your relationship? Yeah, there's going to be some growth, some transformation. Let's put this back in. It came flying back out. So there is this transition and movement. There's a little bit of, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, a little bit of hard work that comes in and, that energy that's coming forward with that. Um, but you do get if you put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you do get the reward that comes forward. So it does feel like there's more growth, more awareness that comes through that. How they feel about you here, yeah, they got the 9 of cups. So there is kind of this dream come true kind of energy that comes in with the 9 of cups. So a lot of emotional energy flowing. And the 10 of wands is this because on one hand, it can feel like a burden and it can feel overloaded and a lot, but also on the other hand, it can feel like abundance and fullness too. When it comes out here with the 9 of cups, it's more leaning towards the abundance, but I feel like they get a little overwhelmed by how much emotion that they're feeling because I don't feel like they're used to feeling that way. But I just feel like there's something to do with your energy. This 10 of wands, it makes sense because I feel like your spiritual energy, the energy you exude, um, does something, it, you know, at some level it feels like, wow, amazing. But on another level, they're not used to feeling all of that and it can overwhelm them. It kind of fry their circuits a bit. So I like it. Um, and I feel like it kind of freaks them out sometimes because I feel like when you guys are sharing emotions or intimacy or anything like that, sometimes it's magnified so much that they're just like, what the hell was that? So I like it. I feel like they're very intrigued and very into it. And I feel like there's just some movement and transformation, positive things that come with that too. So I like it. All right. So that is what they have for that. Let's give you your fortune cookie here too, little star. See what else the note from the universe is. It says, the one who prepares for adversity builds not a bridge of retreat, but one upon which adversity advances. So, hey, glorious day, huh? The universe says, prepare to be amazed. It works the same. So, that energy is whatever you focus on, is what grows and expands, right? So, if you focus in on, then we get more. If we focus in on, we get more, right? It's my little, sound effects. So that's what they have for you, little star. So many blessings to you. All right. So I have another donation came in. We'll jump to that, and then we'll go back to the free readings here in a moment. So Gabriella, I'm sorry. Gabriella, thank you so much. We got 44402 for your second donation. We almost had 4404. You would have had 33322, all these numbers, but all these repeating numbers. I like that. So let's give your donation a love and a like here. All right. So you want to know, what is Mario hiding from you? He wants to reconcile, but he doesn't show it. Maybe he only wants control over me or revenge. I don't know what's going on. Okay. So let's see what's happening here, Gabriella. So what is he hiding from you? So we pulled that before. What are they bringing back to me? What was that? The kind of Six of Wands, that there's this attraction they have with someone else. They haven't acted on it. So I feel like that is something that they were hiding from you. Let's see, any clarity on that or anything else that they're hiding? Let's see what we got here. See what they it's important for you to know. And then he wants to reconcile, but he doesn't show it. He only wants, so what is it? Why is he not showing it? Does he want control? Revenge? Is he just playing games? What is that? We'll figure that out here. What else? Anything below the surface? All right, thank you. In this too. All right. Well, we'll see what that is about. The bottom of the deck, and like I said, we'll figure out what this is. We got the Ace of Cups, which is, you know, it's beginnings, relationship, love, energy. So there is new relationship energy. We'll find out what this is. Is this towards you or is it towards someone else? We'll find that out here. In fact, let's just dive into the what is he hiding from you and see what we have here. And we got the Magician, we got the Six of Swords. Yeah, so I feel like there is this, the Magician is the male, masculine action energy, and the Six of Swords, which, we had the Six of Wands where there's this energetic attraction. Didn't think that they were, they were communicating with someone, and I feel like that they're wanting, um to take action and communicating with that other person, that they have this attraction. The Six of Wands was mutual attraction between two people, them and someone else. And the Six of Swords feels like they want to continue a conversation with this other person. And that's what they're hiding. We got the Eight of Wands and the Judgment card. Yeah, it feels here, you know, Eight of Wands is a lot of passionate energy, a lot of action energy. And the Judgment card is an energy of um, seeing things differently, maybe feeling like they're being drawn somewhere else. And they got the Emperor, and he's undecided with this here. So there is that, and this makes sense kind of when you're like, he says he wants to reconcile, but he's not showing it, because I feel like he's in this indecision mode. With the Emperor, it's like clearing the throne room from everyone's opinions and going, what is it that I want? Let me make a decision. Once I make a decision, I'll take action. But I feel like that's their kind of there's this other interest that's kind of piqued them, and they're kind of pausing movement forward with you. And we'll see here with them. Well, it feels like here they want to try to communicate with them, because they're trying to make a decision on, do I want to just end that and not pursue that, and I'm going to choose you, or am I, you know, want to choose that and then, do that. So I feel like that's why they kind of hit the pause button because they're trying to figure out what they wanna do with that, right? Um, so I feel like that's a lot what's going on. Let's see here, because we did ask specifically, what's the dealio? Why is he not, acting, right? Is he wanting control or revenge? Now we have the hermit, so this is kinda stepping away, the hermit energy. I'm thinking about things, I'm reflecting on things. Yeah, the 8 of swords. This is a big thinking energy. I'm trying to sort things out of these thoughts and beliefs that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, which, it's always interesting, when we meet someone new, we don't have any expectations usually. It's just we meet them and we think they're amazing, right? So new relationships, we always are like, "Wow, I they appreciate me and I feel like I'm the king of the world," right? But then as we, date and we date exclusively, the expectations start to kick in. And before where they were like this wonderful, now they're this wonderful, not this wonderful. And then sometimes when we are like suddenly we feel like, "Why did you change?" And really it's our expectations changed, they didn't. But now they feel like there's a burden. I have to do so much just to get up to 0. New relationship, which is this other thing, they're like, "Wow, it feels like so much more." Well, yeah, it always does in the beginning, right? But eventually, they'll have expectations too, unless we've done inner work where we've released a lot of expectations. We fall into that trap where expectations suck the life out of a relationship. So it feels like they're kind of stepping back into this hermit mode, trying to think through things and do this. And a lot of what they're looking at is they're trying to find someone who feels like a good fit for them with the Queen of Swords. So someone who's balanced between their head and their heart. And yeah, and they're kind of looking at this, dream come true person that meets up to this ideal in their head of who it's supposed to be, someone who's very compassionate and passionate and, emotions and gives all that and, equal giving and receiving. They kind of have this little, I don't know, it's like I call it mirage of being, um, this person is, the all this long list of things. This is who I'm looking for. That's who will complete me. And it's like Frankenstein monster. But it's a beautiful, hot, all of us, male, female, whoever we are, and however we are, we have this version of the perfect person is it's that actor with that actor and that singer with that person's body, that person's personality, that person's sense of humor. It's like this Frankenstein monster. Again, a hot Frankenstein monster, or Bride of Frankenstein, whoever it may be. And it's like no one can live up to that. There will always be disappointment, right? But I feel like that's what they're doing is they're trying to see, well, who's the perfect person? And um, but I feel like that's what's going on here. I feel like they're trying to decide between um, you and this other person um, about what they want to pursue. And I feel like it's fairly new-ish. So, that's why they're trying to gain more clarity and to understand what's going on there, right? I know, right? You deserve more than that. Let's see what the fortune cookies say here too. You got your angel number 2112. Yeah, it's up to you. I like it. You don't have to wait for them to decide. You're like, if you are not smart enough to realize what a great catch I am, then I want something smart. I want someone smart. So, you just need to go. So even if it seems like you're not making any meaningful progress, things are moving in the right direction. If you see this number, 2112, it's a sign that everything will work out in your favor and your dreams will come true. And sometimes that's not being chosen by someone that is at this level when someone, which, isn't matching your energy, um, and that someone not choosing you allows you to find someone who does match your energy. So it's like, thank you. You did me a favor by choosing that other person because now I get to have this. And that matches me more. They match you more, but this one matches me more. So it's a win win. Thank you. Bye. Kind of energy. Let's see what your note from the universe says here, too. When people see for the first time how everyone else on the planet is just another version of themselves, the same spark of God, except for the pressures and desires unique to each life, some laugh, some cry, and some laugh until they cry. Maybe you live your life so that when this day dawns for you, you're among those who laugh and laugh and laugh. Tally ho, 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 the universe. I like this. This is that kind of like that energy I was talking about. When we realize we all are from the same place, but we all experience life differently. There's different energies. Sometimes energy doesn't match up. That's okay. You go be you with whoever, and I'm gonna go be, find someone that matches my energy too. You know. So hopefully that helps, Gabriella. Much blessings to you. I know. Not a fun experience, but eventually, eventually, you'll see it from a different perspective, right? So many blessings. All right, let me take a sip here. And we'll jump back into free readings. I think I got about what, 2, 4, 6, 8, like 9. I think 9. So hang in there, everybody. Oh my gosh, it's almost been 5 hours. Last night I set my record of 7 hours and like 5 minutes. I know. I did take a couple breaks where I had to walk away so that my legs didn't seize on me. All right, so let's jump in. Sudeshni, you are up 45601 for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. Anyone know, will your in hospital forms approve by medical aid, or will medical aid provide a hospital number from my doctor letter? All right, let's take a look here. Option 1 or option 2? That's way too many cards. Let me shuffle up here. I think they're getting tired. I might have to switch to another deck here. They might need a break. So let's see here. Option 1. Thank you. And what about option 2? Which is it? This is the second one. So option 1, we got the star card, which is dream come true energy. And option 2 is the sun, also a dream come true energy or a positive outcome. So I feel like option 1 is the dream come true, which your hospital forms are approved by the medical aid. The sun card, it says here that either one is going to work out in your favor. So it's almost like they're saying just, release the outcome because either way it's in your favor. Either way it does work out for you. But I feel like with the star card being more that dream come true energy, I feel like that is more where we're leaning towards right now with current energies. But they are saying that even if it ended up being number 2, which energy changes based on, our focus and the energy we're putting out, they said it would still be a victory for you. So it's a win-win kind of energy. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, and let's get you your note from the universe, which says, it's not that you worry, but that you care a lot. And knowing this can make such a difference because then you can also remember that caring is my specialty, that every life unfolds in the palm of my hand, and that not 1 second of eternity is ever revealed that I haven't carefully prepared. Silly, the universe. But hey, thanks anyway. So I love that. They're like, it's in my hands. let it be there. You know you know how we, like, "Here, creator, we hand it over to you," and they're like, "Can I take that back for a minute? This is heavy." "Well, give it back." "Here you go." So, I like that for you. So, many blessings, my friend. Alright, and then we have Fairy Tale Nihal, yeah, 4:59:02. Let's see what we got. Here's your timestamp. What if you reach out to Amir today? What would the energy be? All right, let's see here. Based on current energies, if you reached out today, we've got that in this one. I got the Ace of Swords and the King of Wands. You know, this is a good energy here because the Ace of Swords is new communication and new clarity, positive things here. It is a success card, along with that. And I like this. The King of Wands is an energy of you get to choose, you know, and I like this that it's if we don't feel comfortable being able to be ourselves and to reach out and to do whatever, then, what are we afraid of? Are we afraid of a poor response, or if we're reaching out to reconcile or to start up a conversation that they're like, "No." Well, that's good news, you know? We don't wanna hear that, but hearing it is good for us because we stop wasting energy, right? And if we are afraid, "Well, what if I reach out and they don't wanna talk to me?" Well, then thank you for telling me that you're a jerk and that I don't need to invest energy in you anymore because we want someone that we can be ourselves with and not someone we have to walk on eggshells with. So I like it. I feel like this King of Wands is do it, It's gonna give you the information and the clarity you need, because if someone, isn't giving you the time of day and you're, trying really hard to get interactions with them, it's like, "No, I deserve to have someone who equally wants to pursue me and interested in communicating with me, and if they don't, thank you, bye. You're telling me you're not for me," right? So, I like that. So, let's see here. I feel like this is your fortune cookie. When you hear words that hurt, distract, or disappoint, at minimum, a silent whisper of gratitude is due the soul who unwittingly risked friendship with a spiritual giant so that you might sooner understand that words needn't ever hurt, distract, or disappoint. Look at, like we were talking about, right? Tally ho, the universe. And he says, but a big yee-haw followed by a high five will work just as well. I like it. All right. So that's what they have for you, Fairy Tale Nihal. All right. We got Happy up next at 5:02 even. So Happy, here's your timestamp. So you want to know TNO's feelings and next move towards you. All right, yeah, we'll look at that. And thank you for the thumbs up. It does tell me here when I copy and paste, it says that you were like number 12. So thank you so much for giving a thumbs up. And for any of you that do that, it's a way to show the channel and me some love and that you are enjoying your free readings or your other readings. And it helps support my channel. And you're part of the love tsunami, helping spread the Zen love. So thank you, Happy, for doing that. And for anyone else that's done that as well, I'm so grateful. All right. So let's see here. TNO's feelings here first, Happy. Let's pull a card for that. I feel like this is that one. Oh, and then this one is their next actions, next moves. All right. So their feelings, well, they do have the Queen of Swords. They do see this energy here of like compatibility, because that's one of my cards. It's someone who's balanced between head and heart. You're not so much in your head that you don't know what an emotion is, and you're not so emotional that you're emotionally unstable. You're able to communicate your emotions, and you're intelligent. You can carry on great conversations. So they see you as this great fit. They're like, wow, you're really balanced. And then the next moves, yeah, Nine of Cups. It's kind of this dream come true energy. So it does feel like they will pursue something that makes you feel like, wow, okay. So you do appreciate who I am. So I do feel like they will act on this happiness and whatever this next move is, it's like what you're hoping will happen is like when this kind of card comes out, that's what's going forward. So I feel like that will happen. I kind of feel they're telling me that it's not going to happen in the exact timing that you want, but their next action is what you're wanting, but just takes a little bit of more time. I feel like they've got something going on in their life that kind of is keeping things from moving quickly because they've got so much happening at work and family, like their brother, sister, mother, father, family, not their wife and kids. You're like, what? All right. So that looks good. And then your note from the universe says, me concerned. Let's see. At the moment, you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Whenever the going has gotten tough, you always bounced back even higher than you were before. And somehow you keep getting better looking. But you are a dear for thinking of me. Moi. It's like a moi from the universe. Just kidding about somehow. I know exactly how you got my genes. So when they're saying about you somehow keep getting better looking, they're like, the universe goes, I know you got my genes. I know that's why. So I love that for you, Happy. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria P., you are up for your free reading. Thank you so much for your donations earlier. And there's for your free one. So a general for you and Wally. Let's see, what else would they like you to know about you and Wally? Oh, 3 cards. Boom, boom, boom. You got the Knight of Wands. So there's Passion, Knight of Cups, movement of love. So you got both of this movement of passion and love, and the 5 of Pentacles. I like this because they're saying here, um, why the 5 of Pentacles is like the fear of being left behind, being left on the cold, not have enough, not being enough. They're like, with all this movement of passion, all this movement of love, why are you focused in on the fear of lack? And they're not doing it in a judgmental manner. They're just bringing it to you as a matter of review, a matter of reflection. Why are you focused on what's not happening when you have so much that is? And it's a good question to go, yeah, why am I? Why do I do that? Why am I focused in on the lack energy? What am I fearing? You know, if I'm focused on what I'm fearing, I'm drawing what I'm fearing. If I'm focused on what I have and I'm getting, then I get more of that. Whoa. So that is your message. Let's see what your note from the universe is. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, what is this about? It says, very often when you just can't decide between 2 or more options, it's because the answer that would most give you peace is actually none of the of none of the above. But not always. Choose me, the universe. Happily, it was really, really easy for me when I chose you. So I like that. There's this energy, right? It's we fear lack, but when we realize I have everything I need, you know, um, when we go inward and upward, we find the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, and we realize I will always, always, always be loved. I will always be chosen by the universe, by the creator, by a big host of endless beings of unconditional love and light. But it's like, but I want that person to choose me and love me too. And you're like, that character? That's not even real. That's real. This is all imaginary. Why do we get so caught up and worried about whether an imaginary character loves me or not? I have every love that I need. So I love that for you. All right, Maria. Many blessings. All right. And then we got Sean G. You are up 50839. So, Sean, what are N's feelings for you? Let me take a quick sip here. Getting very hot. All right. What are N's current feelings for you? All right. What are all these about here? Wow. Okay. Kind of mixed feelings. I feel like they're trying to make a choice here because we've got the Five of Wands on one hand, which is friends energy, two cool cats hanging out. And then we have the Empress energy on the other hand. Look, you get the Empress all the time. You know that, right? You know that. So they also see you as this sensual, um, nurturing, you know, Empress over Queens, and they can see you as that too. And I feel like they go back and forth because you got the Chariot card in the middle, which is the power of choice. And I feel like they kind of bounce back and forth between the two. And I feel like, a big piece of it is I don't know if I can keep up with you. Um, in a way of like, I don't know if I'm enough for you because they have this feeling and they kind of feel like you're an empress and I'm just a king. You need an emperor. I don't know if I'm emperor material. I don't think don't feel like you will um date below your place. Um and so it just feels like they have this feeling like they fall short, that they aren't on the same level. And then they're like, "Well, we can be friends." But then they're like, "Oh, I love who you are and I love all these things about you." But it also kind of scares me a little bit because um, you have big energy and you know that. And not everyone can handle that. People can be intimidated by it. You're not intimidating, but people can be intimidated by strong power because they haven't recognized that power within them. We all have that power within us. Just, people realize it. Um, the realization of it comes easier to some people based on their astrology and the characters that they are too. But I kind of feel like that's what's going on here, and they kind of bounce back and forth between friendship or more, but then I get scared and I go back to friendship. Your fortune cookie says, "Thanks for every single time you ever fell in love. Whether or not it was obvious, whether or not it lasted, and whether or not you were loved back, it changed everything. You changer, the universe." Says, "Actually, you always loved back." I like that. And you deserve to be loved back, right? So I love that for you, Sean. Many blessings to you. You're welcome, Maria. Thank you so much. All right. And then we are to Mia. Mia, you're at five. Oops. Yep, I did it right. 5, 12, 15. So, Mia, thank you for your patience in getting to your reading here. I know it's been a while. A general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? You got the Creator and the Hermit. The Creator is a special card. It's a no card, which is the power of no, not you being told no. And you got the Hermit card that comes in here. And the Hermit card is an energy of like stepping back, reflecting. That lantern is connecting to your higher self and the higher realms just to kind of focus on some stuff. But I feel like you're kind of in this being drawn away from people to kind of focus on growing your power to say no, right? Which is, you know, it's scary for us to say no. Oh, I gotta say, so that you can say
No!
I think that's the worst that it gets. Then it starts off as no, which is what happens when we start learning our power of no. because we kinda pendulum being afraid to say no and then saying no loud to everyone, and then we balance out eventually, right? But there is the stepping in, being like, no is a complete answer, but that you can tell people and you can, you know, realize what we've been saying yes to that we've been wanting to say no to. And we can start by saying no in our head, not saying it out to people. Get used to how that feels. No. And then go, yeah, I'll do that. And you're like, inside, you're going, no, I don't want to do this. And then become comfortable where we can say it in a way, sometimes we're going to say, no, that's right. They're like, I know I would appreciate, at least understanding why. Just helps, communication, but it's not required. But we can go, no, I really just don't have the energy right now. I need to really invest in myself right now. And they're like, what are people going to say to that? No, you need to invest in me. And then you can be, no, I said no. But I like this that you're in this wonderful state of learning your power of no. And it's scary at first. I get it. And sometimes we do get um, people that get upset because they're used to us being a yes person and doing everything they want. My power of no, happened several years ago. But I had a friend that I was going to go visit. I was visiting a bunch of friends, and I talk about it every once in a while. And they wanted me to. They were an 8-hour drive away from where I was currently visiting, and I was going to be going down to visit them in like 4 or 5 days. And I hadn't seen them in 30 years. And I used to be a yes person, and they weren't used to me having my own will. And so why would they expect me to be different, right? But, when I didn't bring them what they wanted me to bring them, and I was like, "I really would rather not, you know, have to run and do all that stuff to bring you this food because it didn't matter to me." And I'm like, "Food is food," but to them, food was everything, and I didn't realize that back then. But, they, ended up unfriending me and blocking me after sending me a message saying something like, "I never thought you'd be on the long list of assholes in my life." And at first, I was like, "Well, if there's a long list, doesn't that tell you something?" But, I feel like you're in this beautiful realization, and it's okay. It's okay if we lose some friends, but that learning that power of no, you get to step into your power, and I like that for you. But I feel like that's kind of the message that they want you to know, that this is like this feeling of stepping back and going into that. And then your message, your note from the universe says, "Isn't it cool how when your thoughts become things and your dreams start coming true, they invariably bring along with them totally unexpected, life changing manifestations that just blow your mind?" Say, "Yes," the universe. And he says, "Just my way of doing a little extra." So I love that. This is a time for you to step into that power. And I like that for you. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Brenda Globy is up 51724 here. And you want to know H's overall energy towards A. All right, let's see here. What is H's overall energy currently towards A? Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of a block energy that's here as well. You got this 9 of Wands that is like this barrier that's here. And, I feel like what's kind of keeping them kind of back with this 5 of Pentacles is this fear of not being enough, not having enough, um, and fear of abandonment, fear of being left behind. Some old emotions, some old fears that kind of keep them from moving forward. So I feel like there's this block in between, and there's that. And I feel like they've struggled with that for a long time. H has. um, when they get to a certain point, it's like, "No, this is too scary," and they kind of this wall goes up and they go into hiding in a way. And with this 9, the 9 energy of the hermit kind of energy that comes in here too. So I feel like there's feels like a little force field, a little block that doesn't allow things to move past a certain point, and it's like and there might even be like this, you know, I used to call it whiplash, but it's like they move in and then they move back out and then they move closer and then they move back and they move closer and back, and it's like, "Ow, you're giving me whiplash." You just forward and backward, "Can you just choose one? Either go away and stay away or come here and stay here," but this coming and going, it's like letting a cat in and back, letting a cat out, and the cat wants to come back in, go back out and go back in. It's like, "Just stay out." So, we have that there. Alright, so that is that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. Brenda, you've got an unmistakable trait of every true genius is their persistent awareness of how much more there is to know. And an unmistakable trait of every true sage is their persistent awareness of how much more there is to love. Loving you more today than yesterday, the universe says, if you let me count the ways, we'll be here forever. So beautiful, beautiful message there. So that's what they have for you, Brenda. Brenda, thank you again. Hey, Maria. Oh, I guess I did. Let me update my emails here. Oh, yeah, but looks like they did have another one come in here. All right, Maria. If you don't mind, Maria, I do have just 2 more free readings. And, the next one is Irene, who just asked, "Did you do yours already?" Not yet. You actually be next, and then Ashvin. So I just have 2 left, if you don't mind if I just finish out the free readings, and then we'll jump to your 4th one if that's good, right? Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're so sweet. Alright, so, Irene, you're up. 52102. Boom, boom. There we go. So, any messages for you, Irene? Let's see what Spirit has here for you. What do they want you to know here? We've got this, and we've got this. It's interesting, because I feel like I do channel people from the other side too, of course, and I do feel like, oh my gosh, yeah, I do feel like there's uh, feminine energy coming through here for you, and we have the Queen of Cups and the Empress too. So 2 divine feminine energies. This could be like mom and grandma kind of energy, because Empress is like the big mama and the queen is oh, I don't eat very well, do I? Sorry. It's like I almost feel like a mom went, "You got something on there. Can you clean that up?" "Oh, yes, mother." But I feel like there is this, divine 2 divine feminine energies that are coming through that are wanting to bring a message here. And so I'm gonna honor this. Where did we have I thought I had special cards that I put out. Did we put them out somewhere? We'll look over here. I thought I had a special deck about messages from the other side. Did we put them somewhere? Maybe those were somewhere else. But I'm gonna pull an oracle over here for you from one of, my people talking from the other side, because I feel like they've got messages, here for you, and, if that resonates for you there, that there is, 2 feminine energies, and we got this talking to heaven, oracle here. Your sister or your mom and sister. Okay, yeah, that would be that too then. So mom, it's like the upper, empress, head woman in charge, and then, another feminine energy that would be a daughter energy. So sister and mom. Yeah, if they're both there, this is both of them. Wow. So, Let's pull a message here from mom. Okay, this is from mom. And nope. And then let's see from sister. All right, let's see what they have here for you. Wow. So from mom gets to go first. Yeah, I like this. Although you may not understand it now, everything happens for a reason. All the puzzle pieces fit in. Did she like to do puzzles? I almost feel like she liked doing those big puzzles or something. That was coming in if that resonates. Let's see here. So she says there is a divine order behind everything that happens, including the time of my passing. I realized that you weren't ready to let me go, and in many ways, I wasn't ready either. Since my passing, I've received spiritual counseling to help me see the big picture of my life and death. I now understand that I had to leave the way I did. It was part of my soul contract, and yours as well. I now see that everything in this universe is mathematically precise. I think she hated math too. I feel like she's like, ugh, there are no accidents. At some level, your soul knew that I would leave before you did. We've both been preparing for this transition since the beginning of our relationship. I am grateful for all the beautiful moments we shared together, along with the lessons I learned from the difficult times. It's all divinely perfect. What a beautiful message. That's from mom. And then from sister, she says, my mind is free, which means a lot coming from her because I feel like she was a big overthinker. She's like, oh God, my mind is finally free. Gosh. So she says, you know how much I worried when I was in my physical existence? It seemed as if I spent most of my days and nights feeling anxious about the future, family, money, and the earth. Now I realize that most of what I worried about was never a reality. And those things that did materialize, I brought about myself because fear attracts negativity. If I could only go back into my body for 5 minutes, I'd apply this new knowledge to show you how a worry free mind creates and attracts a worry free life. This knowledge has completely released me from the bondage of earthly concerns. This is my greatest lesson and one that I hope to impart to you. Give all your worries to heaven and never hang on to them. Be free of worries, and you've found the greatest riches of them all. Wow. Beautiful messages from both of them. So that's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here, too. So hopefully those resonate there for you. But then a note from the universe says, when otherwise most challenging, love can begin with sympathy right after dessert. Let's do this, the universe. And it says, wasn't life a great idea? I love that. Oh, wow. I love that. So I like that she's saying, you don't have to worry. I'm relieved now. But you can glean from what I've learned now. And you're like, yeah, I knew that already. I told you many times. You're funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, Irene. Many blessings to you. Glad to have you here. All right. And then Ashvin Ray, you are up 52752. I think. Whoops. Is this all blurry again? It'll correct itself here in a sec. All right. Many blessings, Irene. All right, Ashvin, thank you for your donations earlier. Here's your free reading. And you want to know, when is your mom likely to get discharged from the hospital? All right. So let's take a look here. I have these when cards. Let's see what comes through here for you. Right, there we go. one of those here. What is this? Well, we got a long time. It feels like it's forever, but I feel like they're, because 'cause they're not giving exacts, they're like, it's very, um there's a lot of fluctuation that can happen. Because I feel like they're saying here, I mean, they're giving you all this. It can be within a week, it can be in October, it can be within a year, within 18 months, in September. They got all these, cards that are like this on the bottom going, time is fluctuating, and I feel like what's important that they're bringing in is, if we focus in on the negative, the lower vibration, the fears, the wants, the needs, that moves over into lack energy, which then translates to longer time. If we start focusing on what we're grateful for and the progress that's coming and the progress that's unfolding, then that can draw it in sooner, because they're like, the fear is that it's gonna be a long time, and that's what's drawing the long time in, but we can change that and make it sooner. So hopefully that helps. They're not giving me, they're like, "There's so many changes." They're like, "We don't wanna get into the long time and give you a date in October." They're like, "It can be sooner." Just changing her energy, changing whatever we can do to cheer her up, and have her focus on laughter and joy and gratitude and unconditional love and happiness, that just helps it come in. Let's focus on the wonderful things that are happening, the wins, and the what we are grateful for, and not into the focusing on all of the things that are wrong and taking forever and blah blah blah, right? So you get it. So that's what they have, right? So many blessings to you. All right. So, thank you again, Maria, for your generosity and allowing me to finish those up. So, for your number 4, we got 53108. So, here's all of your donations. Of course, we completed your free reading. You might have gotten that already. I think you said hello. I mean, not hello, but thank you for getting to those. If not, here it is, just so you have them all. All right, so let's get into here. Let me take a quick sip here, get into this tea here. All right. So we want to know, who is that lady person that is flirting with him? Is it someone you know? Okay. All right. And then, do they know about us? Is that one? Does he think she's good looking? Anything you need to worry about? Right. I think those are both of those. Will you and Wally continue? When will the relationship go to the next level? And a message from him to you tonight. Okay, let's do a when card here. To whatever next level you're thinking of. I feel like you guys have different levels. You have like big levels, and they have little mini levels. All right, there we go. Okay, yeah, that's your level, and this is their level. That's funny. They have his and her levels. All right, so who's the lady person that is flirting with him? It's someone new. We got this Ace of Swords. So it's someone new that has come into the office, because this Ace of Swords is about new communication, new energy, right? Um, is it someone you know? The Knight of Swords. It's funny. I'm like, if you don't, this is you getting to know who they are. But it's the Knight of Swords is this energy of clarity and I do feel like you know who they are. It's someone fairly new that just joined over there. Do they know about the 2 of you? No, they don't. The 9 of Wands, they don't realize that you guys are together. That's why they're, you know, they're oblivious because 'cause they're new and they're, they don't realize it. Um, does he think she's good looking? That's funny. 3 of Pentacles. Well, in their own way. Do the is she good looking? But I don't feel like he's attracted to her. I just feel like someone to go, "Do you think they're good looking?" Well, you know, in their own way they are. But I don't feel like they're uh, their type. I don't feel like they're Wally's type. Anything you need to worry about? Nope, you got the 9 of Cups. 8 of Swords is letting go of expectations and your fears. Focus in on the 9 of Cups on your dream come true. So, no, nothing to worry about. It's, you know, the only thing to worry about is that your expectations will end, um, jealousy and that will suck the life out of the relationship. They're like, "Focus on your dream come true." The only thing you need to be concerned about is that your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and expectations are what impact your relationship, so you focus in on reducing this, focusing on the happiness grows. If you fear and worry, you will draw the things that you're fearing and worrying into the relationship. You focus in on your dream come true and what the things you do want, you draw that in instead. So they're like, that's what you have to worry about. Will you and Wally continue? Page of Cups, yes. Wonderful, happy energy, even going to it's a number 11 on the cups, so it's going to a new level. Magic, fun, love energy, right? And when will we take the relationship to the next level? I like this. So, um, the for your her next level, what you feel the next level is in November, because yours is a big hunkin' jump up in relationship. Um, I love it. His little mini levels, because he has like, this is the next level, and then this level, and then this level, and this level. You're like, these are the levels, because his is in progress right now. Look at the little owl. So he's working on what he feels is the next level. So that's cute. And then a message from him to you tonight. Yep, the Hierophant. This is that um, life is uh, everything in life changes in that, because the Hierophant is the ruler of change and transformation and kind of learning that I feel like he would be telling you that, and I feel like he's mentioned something similar before because it feels like I just want to iterate that every relationship has conflict, every relationship, and that it's normal because when you take a billion aliens from a billion planets and all bring them to one planet, everyone has different rules, everyone has different experiences, everyone expects different things, and it's the working out of, instead of attacking each other for, "You don't agree with what I'm doing and you're breaking my rules." "No, you're breaking my rules." We get curious and go, "So let me it seems like maybe what I did, um, ignited some feelings in you. Do you mind telling me, what I did and how it impacted you? Because I wanna understand." Instead of, That's your fault, I didn't do nothing, instead of getting defensive and feel like, we get curious and and that's how we change in a relationship. We try to understand each other, be curious about each other, instead of expecting that everyone has the same perspectives and beliefs and um, desires as we do when we all don't. None of us do. None of us have the exact same thing. And the more that we can, realize that and allow us to be different, allow us to find the things that we have in common and agree to disagree on things that don't matter, um, and focus on what's important, right? So I like that. I feel like that is his message. He's so wise. It's probably his higher self. No, just kidding. Love you, Wally. All right. And then your angel number is 2424. Good times, which says you are worthy of affection, leisure, and pleasure. If you tell your family and friends how you feel, you'll find that you're all on the same page and can work together effectively. Many people are rooting for you. If you spread love, it will find its way back to you multiplied. Oh, I love that. And then for your note from the universe, I like this. What is this? Oh, because this is from the universe. If you let me have my way with regard to how your dreams will come true, I'll let you have your way with absolutely everything else. Most fondly, the universe. And in the meantime, in case you're curious, there's little else you could do to maximize my efforts than moving in the general direction of your dreams, however small your steps, the levels of Wally. You can do small steps, but he's saying, you know the what, you know the why, but let me handle the how, the creator, the universe. So release it, let it go. Don't try to control it all, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for all of your donations. I appreciate those. All righty. Well, I think that is it for this evening. So I am on Wednesday through Sunday nights. At 5 p.m. Mountain Time. So I'll be back on Wednesday. If you haven't got into the giveaway drawing, I do have one every new moon and every full moon. Here is the link. And this is a big new moon that we have coming up here. It's a new moon solar eclipse. I talk all about the that it's the new lunar year and all that too in this video, which is the making the most of the new moon energy. And so it talks about how to make the most of your 10 new moon wishes and 10 new moon intentions. And we talk a little bit, like I said, about the solar eclipse plus the new year lunar eclipse. So we're going into the fire horse. It's also Fat Tuesday. Mardi Gras begins. What else? Oh, it's also the beginning of Ramadan, I think. So there's a lot of stuff happening on that day. It's going to be a huge day for us. So use all that energy. It's going to be amazing. So do that if you wish. If not, that just leaves more energy for me. I'm just kidding. There's plenty for all of us. And then also have a podcast called The Easier Path, and we'll have a new one coming out this Thursday. But this Adventure 10, Living Consciously, was the most recent one. If you want to catch up on the whole playlist, is link is down in the description area of the video, and so you can catch up. It's all about stories of my drama and trauma or other people's drama and trauma, which we all get to go through. We all kind of have a lot of the same experiences. But we have story time with Brother Zen, and then we find out why does the human do what it did, and what's the perspective from Creator and Spirit, and then hints from Spirit on how to make it an easier path instead of a harder path, if you wish. I would never want to steal your harder path away from you because I learned a lot of the hard way. But you don't have to. But check it out if you'd like. It's all free. And that's it. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life that you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So thanks again for all the thumbs up, all your love, all your support. We'll see you soon.